Well, Wish isn't eBay. Wish is a site that shouldn't exist. Enjoy your lurks, Orange. Also, if you guys want to see fun arguments, go look at the community section of my YouTube channel right now. Oh, people are adorable. All right, let's go play some dwarves, shall we? Let's go play some dwarves. So this is, oh god. I don't even know how many forts I've started in this world now. I like there's a second that's like loading crimes. Dwarf Fortress. All right, so this is the Plank of Nations. This is the, I guess technically the third fortress I've started for this faction. This is that weird cult fort with the Lady Gelder Queen. This is the home, the Divine Iron, with the Lady Gelder Queen. And there's the Hillocks of Maze Labors, and then I started those two forts in one spot up here, Murky Mirrors and Drowned Waters, which were pretty fun until they got laggy to all hell. So we are now building right here on the edge of a good mountain, right next to a good, what's it called? Plains, I think? Yeah, so the whole map is blue. I mean, you can start that topic, that's fine. Here's the thing, right? It's an endemic. Like, we're past pandemic. It's an endemic. People didn't want to kill it, so instead of killing it, we get to live with it for all eternity, which means we're going to go through various waves of COVID getting bad and COVID being not so bad for the rest of our lives. That's literally how that's going to work. And it just means that we're going to, like, people who care about, you know, the senior citizens that live around them are just going to need to take booster shots periodically forever. That's fun. Anyway, we've been here for a little over a year. I think we've got 35 dwarves in the fort. So all of these dwarves are up for names if anybody wants a name. But the named dwarves currently are Star Legend God, Wendigo, Wit Code, Snail, Cutest Ghost, Mang, Stone, Wait What, IR Stupid, Diamond, and I think that's everybody. We didn't play this fort last week because Long Death got kind of hot. But I'm building this weird box with like different shapes in the middle. And I'm just going to keep building up like that. Yeah, and then down here is the coffins. We've got 2 dead, which was Taco Nuva and Cyralac. I can't actually remember what killed them. Are we at war with anything? Not currently, no. We are the Ancient Beard, of course, of the Plank of Nations. I think I dropped a pillar through the floor or something. Anyway, like, mining oh no, it was a cave-in, right? Yeah, it was a mining accident that killed those two. So we're just cutting around the edge and working on stuff. Our front door is lockable via this lever that slams that bridge shut. I don't actually know if I have bedrooms set up yet. I do not. Okay, so all of these dwarves and people are just sleeping on the ground. We do have some elven poets in the fortress. These were permitted to join by I guess the local government, but these are some traveling musicians. We have several poets in the fort. And yeah, in the center here is our the Horns of Creation, which is a temple, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, that is our temple to no particular deity in kind of the center of this layer. And up here, we're going to build our tavern, which is probably going to go around the outside, I'm thinking. And then maybe the layer above, we'll start working on storage for, you know, everything else. And like dwarves mostly, housing. Sleeping spaces. This is going to be an epic pillar of dwarven creation, and I can't wait. Just while we're here, let's check in on Cutest Ghost, who's our manager, by the way, who was interested after watching performance and satisfied at work, but was insulted after getting into an argument and delighted watching a performance. Is 73 years old, born on the 2nd of Hematite in the year 141, and he personally becomes completely helpless in stressful situations after seeing a goblin's dead body in 211, and has great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger, has little time for forgiveness and will generally seek retribution, and he has an overinflated sense of self-worth. We do have a squad with 2 dwarves in it, and we really need to get them training. So I think I'm going to do that. I need to make an armor stand, which I think I'm going to do. Rock. We're going to make 1 rock armor stand. Yeah, I generally, when people start making that argument, it's time to just dip out of the conversation. When people just go down to, oh, killing babies is the worst. It's like, that's usually the point where I just go, all right, they don't want to discuss. They're just being anti-women's health at that point. And that's not something that I really care to discuss with people. There's levels of discussion that I'm willing to have, and there's levels of civil discussion that I'm absolutely down to have with people. And I'm also down to debate with people, but when they degrade it down to the... Okay, there's a wolf right there. That might actually try and go after my llamas. May have to send my military out. Is that a goat? Oh no, it's a pet keet. Yeah, absolutely. It's like they're just using extreme emotional nonsense terms to get a rise out of people. For sure we'll be back later tonight. Okay, hopefully I'll still be on. Taylor, you have a good one. Thanks for hanging out briefly. Do I prefer sativa or indica strains of weed? It depends on what I'm feeling like, and I don't really care about strain. I think that we're kind of at a point with weed where... How do I word this? We're kind of at a point with weed where... It's been bred to a point where strains don't really matter anymore. Previously, sativa and indica, at least here, pre-legalization, essentially just meant, is it going to be higher in the CBD or is it going to make me hallucinate? One would make you hallucinate, the other one would make you fall asleep. It depends on what I want, really. And I don't generally look at whether or not it's sativa or indica. I look at the THC percentage, and I look at the CBD percentage based on what I need at the time. And Tekid, the Crafts Dwarf, has been possessed. Would you look at that? Also, I am demolishing all of my stairs. I need to not do. Okay. Are you telling me that I need to make you a craft store shop, Dwarf? I think that's exactly what you're telling me. I do have a craft store shop, though. Okay, then what do you want? Adequate clother. Oh, you might want clother. Do I have a clother shop? I do. Apparently I do. Yeah, it's right there. Okay, so you don't want clother. You don't want a glassworker's shop, do you? Someone should build that pretty quick, I would think. Yeah, I mean, for me, what I care about, like if I'm in a dispensary buying weed, I look for something that has a nice scent to it that doesn't just smell like skunks, and because I don't really like super skunky weed, so I want it to smell nice. So I look for something that is fragrant, and I buy something that's either THC or CBD dominant, depending on what I need. So I don't really care. Usually I end up buying hybrids, actually. But thoughts on mushrooms? I had some oyster mushrooms last night with my pasta. It was good. But jokes aside, if you're asking me about hallucinogenic mushrooms, mushrooms are fantastic. But be careful with your dosages. Where is the job that I'm looking for? That's the one that I'm looking for. Need to give you that. And I think that's under crafts, is it not? Glassmaking. There it is. Go make that for me, please. I cultivate my own oyster mushrooms sometimes in a tiny little container about that big with a little hole in it and a cotton ball in it. It's very easy to do. But I've only ever microdosed mushrooms, so I don't have as much of a nuanced opinion when it comes to psilocybin. But it's legal to consume them in Canada. I know that much. On your listening quiz? That seems pretty great. Let's just suspend some of these masonry jobs so that they go build that. There you go. This is going to be fun. Although there is sand everywhere, so. Okay, let's jump back to that strange mood dwarf. Where did you go? All right, well, I can confirm that that is not the thing that he wants. Okay, well. I mean, you are a dabbling weaver, a dabbling glassmaker. Let's try adequate leather worker. Let's make a leather works. Would it be weird to ask how Dwarf Fortress works and what it's about? You like listening to the stream, so stick around for that. But I actually have zero idea what's going on screen. You mean like just the basics of what Dwarf Fortress is? Because no, that's not weird. I mean, like, ask me anything about Dwarf Fortress, I guess. What would you like to know specifically? Maybe just elaborate on that question slightly. As in 0.5 grams? It was like 0.3 grams, actually. The only times I've had mushrooms is a friend of mine who grows his own. And he doses them into these tiny little dosing gel capsules, which you swallow. I've had those. It basically just makes like the world very interesting. Kind of lovely. It's very small amounts, though. So what's the point and the goal of the game? So okay, so brief history lesson before I dive into what Dwarf Fortress actually is. Dwarf Fortress is a procedurally generated world simulator made by two brothers that started development in approximately 2003. It is the sequel and successor, or spin-off, I guess, of their original game, which was just called Slaves to Armok, God of Blood. Slaves to Armok, God of Blood was aimed to be a endlessly replayable third-person RPG that never ends. That would randomly generate a full new world every single time, so that you'd have infinite RPGs to play, essentially, right? That game never got finished for a variety of reasons. But they started up a side project called Dwarf Fortress. And Dwarf Fortress was supposed to be a 3-month side project as they took a break from working on Armok. There we go. We've got that leather workshop up and running. And Dwarf Fortress became publicly playable. There we go. Okay, so you did want leather. Dwarf Fortress became, yeah, sort of like an adventure mode. Dwarf Fortress became publicly playable just a couple of weeks before PayPal launched. And they set up or just a couple weeks after PayPal launched, and they just set up a PayPal donation link. And then just like that, Dwarf Fortress became one of the first successful crowdfunded indie games. Okay, so that's kind of like your early days of Dwarf Fortress. As for what Dwarf Fortress is the most believable fantasy world generator ever made. This is a very large map. So this is actually a pretty good one to show off. This is a very large map that I've generated. We have a North Pole and a South Pole. We have giant mountain ranges in the middle. We have huge lakes and deserts. We have fields and forests and swamps, haunted areas, happy areas, good areas, evil areas. And when you generate a world in Dwarf Fortress, it doesn't do what like a lot of games, like let's just use RimWorld as an easy example, does, which is it doesn't just give you a map, right? It gives you a map, it gives you factions, it gives you history for all those factions. Every single character has history, birthplace, a life, relationships, etc. They all spread out and form religions. They form guilds. They form mercenary groups. They go to war. They write books. The game randomly generates forms of poetry, forms of music, musical instruments, and just builds a believable world. That's what the game does in the background. It didn't do all of this initially, but as they've tacked stuff onto it and expanded it over the years, these features have been added. And the world continues to evolve and grow once you build a fortress, right? So this is our fortress that we're building right now, right? Let's just jump somewhere else. Right here is an elven forest retreat of 100. The local site government is called the Dangerous Mist, and the civilization is called the Squeezing Birth. This elven forest retreat has 100 elves in it, approximately. If I were to play the game in the other mode, which is adventure mode, where you play as one character or a party of characters in the world, kind of like the game Kenshi, and you can walk around this world that you've generated in a top-down turn-based RPG, if I walk here, they'd all be there. If I leave and come back a couple weeks later, they might still be there. If I decide to attack this elven forest retreat from this fortress, I might kill some of them. And the same names would pop up as killed. And then I could go back there and they would be dead and talk about how they just got attacked. Dwarf Fortress is a world generation sandbox that you can interact with in 3 different ways. Fortress mode, which is the most popular form of play, hence the name Dwarf Fortress. Adventure mode, which is a open world RPG, and Legends mode, where you can just get a printout of every single bit of history of your entire world. That is Dwarf Fortress in a broad sense. In a simple sense, it's a obtuse, kind of complicated, tricky to figure out, open-ended RPG where you can run around and roleplay as basically whatever you want. Everything from a human with a sword that wants to slay a dragon, right up to a hamster man bard scholar that wants to become a necromancer. Or a vampire. You can do basically anything in that sense in adventure mode, and it's kind of crazy the amount of options you have, including petting undead dogs or undead people or a cow. Fortress mode is a little bit easier to wrap your brain around if you've played even games like The Sims. People getting attacked? This dwarf looks... Oh, I see. You're going... My animals... Oh, wait. Oh, I see. The mountain gnomes came back. Ah. There's a mountain gnome. A tiny, jolly humanoid creature that dwells in the fair mountains. They are known to enjoy drinking liquor and don't care whether it's theirs or not. Well, it's time to feed the gnomes. I could kill them, but I feel bad, so I just left them inside, and they scare my animals, and they can just drink my booze. It's fine. Yeah, that's kind of the basics. If you want me to go into more detail, I can, but long story short, it's free. Dwarf Fortress is free. It's crowdfunded, and like there will be a paid version soon. But that paid version will be alongside of the free version, which will still be ASCII. There's a lot of talks about how Dwarf Fortress runs terribly on a lot of people's computers. It really doesn't. Dwarf Fortress is just one of those games where it doesn't run great on anything, but it doesn't run terrible on anything, so it's playable on almost any computer. If you have a computer with a screen on it, you can probably play Dwarf Fortress. So, I don't know. I guess I would just say kind of keep that in mind. It's a really, really, really cool game, and there's really nothing like it. I don't play Dwarf Fortress because it's this perfectly running, optimized video game. I play Dwarf Fortress because there's really nothing else like Dwarf Fortress, and that's... There are games that claim to be inspired by Dwarf Fortress and take ideas from Dwarf Fortress, but I've never played a game that actually successfully had the same feelings as Dwarf Fortress and had a similar level of depth as Dwarf Fortress and was in similar levels of effectiveness when it comes to its ability to generate a believable world. Sounds pretty awesome if you said that the game was about innocent elf... The stuff you said about the game, not the innocent elf killing. Well, I mean, the elves were the nearest example. If like there was humans closer by, I would have used them too. Could also attack these other dwarves, or like this dwarven necromancer tower that's spreading zombies out into the world. Another thing that's worth pointing out is this game has one of the most believable forms of... How do I word this? Systemic racism generation that I've ever seen in a game. Some dwarves are extremely tolerant. Some not so much. But the way that characters exist in Dwarf Fortress and the way because this screen just looks like a nonsense wall of text, right? This screen describes every single dwarf's recent thoughts, the way they look, their age, their life's history and where they've been, the gods they worship. This specific dwarf is married, and it worships Lemouche, who is the deity of chaos, war, and fortresses, and takes the form of a female dwarf. But it also shows their outlook on life and how they feel about other people and things like that. Like this dwarf never feels tempted to overindulge in anything and can be fairly single-minded and has an overinflated sense of self-worth and does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations. The only difference between a dwarf, a goblin, and an elf is the faction in which they were raised, the gods in which they worship, and the size and shape of their body. Their mental states and their outlook on life and their vision and ideas of the world change drastically based on the faction that they were in, which is really, really, really cool. It's not like, oh, elf hates dwarves, likes forest, blah. Like, I've seen elves before that were raised by dwarves that have a very different outlook on life than, let's just say, an elf raised by a goblin. Yeah, like, as an example, this fortress has two elves in it. Thalu and Olova, who probably came from an elven civ. But she would be deeply satisfied if everyone would live in complete harmony. And she strongly prefers discussions and ideas and of the abstract concepts over handling specific practical issues. She is so this person's spiritual. She is trusting and does not go out of her way to help others. She enjoys the company of others and generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and is quick to form negative views about things. She often feels lustful and she is conflicted by this because she and she doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. She does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and she is conflicted by this because she holds nature in a high regard. She tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and she is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. She is slow to anger, and she talks to herself when she's nervous. Dreams of bathing the world in chaos? I mean, dreams of seeing the great places of the world. I mean, that's just... She's just got, like, sociopathic, billionaire tendencies. That's totally fine, right? Right? The other one dreams of seeing the great natural places in the world. We also have this poet who dreams of mastering a skill. Which is interesting, because this dwarf tends to think before acting after seeing Muthcat Clowny Cobalt die in 169, which is one of my dwarves from a previous fort in a different civilization, which is kind of interesting. Which means this dwarf was around when one of my previous dwarves died, and was in the room when one of my previous dwarves died. Huh. Yeah, war is in fact preferable to peace in general. She likes war. Which means we don't want her running my fortress. Although if she does run my fortress, we might have to go to war. But yeah, no, I mean, Dwarf Fortress is kind of like playing D&D with yourself. But the game does have to work for you. Anyway, I need to slaughter some animals and turn their hides into tanned leather, because I have this problem where I have a dwarf who needs leather, and we've got no leather in the fortress, so. The game is sort of the DM, but the player is also the DM, right? It's like you're co-DMing. Because you, the player, have to come up with the things that are, or ascribe meaning to the things that are happening in the game, and it is up to the game to generate you a convincing world. So the game provides you with the tools for the player to create cool narratives. And that's what makes Dwarf Fortress so cool. So, probably a much longer-winded explanation than you were expecting, but hopefully it sufficed. How do I want to do this? Yeah, that's also another thing, is the experiences and stuff that they've been through in their lives change their outlook on the world. Welcome back, Diamond, or are you just investing? Oh, you sent a pic of the food? Is it in Foodborne or something? Oh. I can see why it smelled good. That looks good. Hearing more fire alarms going off. I was going to make a joke about food shortages, and then I thought better of it, so I won't, but it's good to see good pictures of food. Let's go up there, go over here, suspend that. But, you know, there's a video that I really like from a couple of years ago that Tarn did as part of an interview with their local newspaper, where he states that part of the reason why Dwarf Fortress is, where they ask him if he would ever sell Dwarf Fortress. And at the time he said no, but he did put a caveat in there where he said no, unless I was in times of great need. Where he basically states that the reason Dwarf Fortress is free, and the reason they want it to be free, is so that anybody can have a endlessly replayable, infinite game if they take a little bit of time to learn it. And he says that it's very valuable to them that people who maybe can't afford to, you know, buy the greatest computer or play the most expensive games can absolutely put together a computer that's good enough to play Dwarf Fortress without too much effort. But, you know, Dwarf Fortress also breaks a lot of rules of game design. You know, it doesn't do things like other games. A really good example, actually, is another game called Aurora 4X, which is a game made by a developer because the developer wanted to make it, not because he wanted to make something that was, like, easy or accessible for people. Thanks for the first bits of the day, by the way, Irish Stupid. We had 1 resub and 200 bits. Thanks for the $2. Anonimo! It's good to see you, man. How's things? It is, in fact, good to see you. Hope you've been well. We're just doing a bunch of construction real quick. Kind of like D&D and how the experiences are personal since they're unique? Yeah, kind of. Well, Dwarf Fortress requires a little bit of interpretation in a lot of cases. But once you get to the point where you can interpret those, like Krug Smash is a really good example, right? Like a lot of the stories that Krug Smash tells in his YouTube videos are very much just him interpreting them. And they could also be interpreted totally differently. Like somebody with a slightly different perspective or thought or political outlook or view of how a game would work may interpret those experiences completely differently. Going to a glassblowing festival for a week where you will be hawking your wares. Ooh. Do you mind saying where this glassblowing festival is? I'm just kind of curious. You don't have to answer that question if you don't want to. I was going to say, promote your wares in the Twitch chat, but... But sounds fun. I'm going to be going to a beer festival where I can drink my sadness. You actually have no idea? Oh, really? That's kind of funny. Let's just chat. Might have some people that are local, potentially. You never know. But I'm really worried that my fire alarm's going to go off. Although they would have notified me if they were going to set my fire alarm off. So if there's suddenly a very loud beeping, I apologize. Just pre-warning. I mean, you can just post your Instagram if you want. There's also like the self-promote section on Discord where you can post your stuff as well if you want. Oh, thief! Protect the horde from stinking filth. What is it? Another kobold! It's Glinkus again. Run away, kobold. Did you actually get anything? It's got a large silver dagger. No writing on the dagger. Small silk loincloth. Small silk tunic. Run away, you dumbass! We'll see you later, Ethelbar. Thanks for hanging out. Poor guy. Kobolds, they're so misunderstood. All right. Right outside your house, you cannot hear your headphones anymore. Oh, no. Okay, do you have anything? You have a piece of yak leather. What else do you need? Block bricks, leather skins. Probably mostly leather. Okay, you just need leather. Relevant post. Let's also give you tanning. I suppose that means that the sirens work. I would hope that it means that the sirens work. It would be kind of concerning if they didn't work after they tested successfully. Good investment, Diamond. There we go. Is that what you needed? Clearly not. Tanning another hide. Man, whenever you say F, it always makes me it always makes me do like a triple check that my stream didn't just go offline. Anyway, Tekket has begun a mysterious construction with 2 pieces of gloat leather, 1 piece of yak leather, and some conglomerate blocks. Also going to make a leather stockpile in here. It's like tests like smoke detector. Okay, it works. Sweet. Take the battery out. Got to make sure it doesn't work in times of need. But hello, Kami. Kami Tenbatsu. Those things. I probably completely butchered that, but I try to not butcher it. Limited success. Think your favorite thing about Project Zomboid is just walking away from the zombies. Peace, nerds! Yeah, I get that feel. Do I have... I don't think I have a refuse pile. Well, we do now. Let's get rid of this crap. Ooh! That's kind of neat. Tekket! The Craftsdwarf has created Nago Borel. Nagobo Laurel. A yak leather armor. And claims it as a family heirloom. That's kind of rad, actually. The Glum Water. This is a yak leather armor. All Craftsdwarf ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with yak leather and encircled with bands of goat leather. This object menaces with spikes of goat leather and conglomerate. Uh-huh. Of course it does. It's armor, Diamond. Of course it has spikes. Your cat pooped and you think... What, did the cat do the thing where they poop in the litter box and then just book it across the house? What's it gonna make? It's gonna queue up a thing. Blanking on what it was, so that's fine. Oh, I know. 1 rock pedestal. Going to put a armor stand right there. We're gonna get the military training up here. Caravan from Shem Solem has arrived. Traders have arrived. Here come the dwarves. G'day, dwarves. Did they perhaps send a... Ah, they did. Wilmer, the Craftsdwarf, has arrived. It's funny that they call him a Craftsdwarf. They don't call him the Outpost Liaison, which is their technical term. Also, Elomino is a Baroness of Mostern, by the way, for people who missed that. So 2 of my named dwarves from previous forts have taken up roles in, like, faction management in this world. And Wilmer says, I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. We've updated your civilization and world info. And what requests do you have of our merchants? I'm going to request spears, maces, and short swords. I'm also going to request mail breastplates, Mail shirts and helms and gauntlets and high boots and shields. Maybe some bucklers. It depends. Are you expelling them, or are you expelling them to a helix? If you're expelling them to a helix, they go live with the hill dwarves. If you expel them, then they're banished to the wastes and they can go join another faction. Well then, we have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Although usually they don't end up joining another faction. Usually they just wander around in the wilderness and die, or they join like a mercenary group or something, or a traveling army, or a musician's band. They don't usually join another faction, but it depends on the dwarf. Usually after you expel somebody and you look them up in Legends, it's like, oh, they visited like 40 different forts and eventually started living in this human town halfway across the world. Well, then we have finalized the export agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. And farewell, Whitcote. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise, and fall together. Wrong button. It's right next to the other button. You know, I play so much Dwarf Fortress that I'm at a point now where it's difficult to say craftsmanship. My brain just falls into craftsdwarfship, and it's kind of a problem. Do I have spikes? I do not. Okay. Wood spike. Sure. 30. Is there... do I even have... yeah, okay, I've got lots of wood. I don't know why it would be a problem. Like, it's only the highest quality. Oh, wait, hold on. You mean me, like, having a hard time saying craftsmanship? Yes. Craftsdwarfship is easier to say. This is some good craftsmanship. Bartender... craftsdwarfship. Bartender, pardon? Wouldn't be the weirdest thing I've said. I remember what oh, capital F, of course, for display furniture. That's going to be where I'm going to put the leather armor, and that's going to be where my tavern is. We'll wait till after we're done trading and done smoothing and finishing up that lower layer. I said your door is nice. Yeah, all your crafts door ship. Mm-hmm. Also, some migrants have arrived. We've got a stoneworker right off the bat. A glassmaker, who I'm going to give tanning, farming, and butchery. What was that? Carpenter, sure. Dinner in the format of a llama. Doctor, ooh. Let's say, do I have any doctors? I guess I technically already have a chief medical dwarf. It's literally the only skills you have? 54. Doesn't particularly respect commerce. Will never pass up the chance for a good fist fight. I'm actually going to put you into the military. You can join the disemboweled sabers. Also, will never pass... wait, hold on. literally will never pass. Okay, you can also join the disemboweled birds because both of these dwarves want a fist fight. You're a fisher dwarf, dreams of mastering his skills and in constant state of internal rage. How do you feel about stress? Greatly moved by art and natural beauty, is troubled by this. Doesn't handle stress well. Well, you know, I do my best to feel content after admiring a nice door, honestly. Also, chat room, if you guys want to help out the stream, today's a little bit of a slow start. There's a link to a Reddit thread that I just made. Don't always do Reddit threads, but today I decided to. What is it with maggot cheese? Chat's just like, ever since we discovered that was a thing that exists, people just like became kind of obsessed with maggot cheese in my chat. Why is this? Really, I'd really like to know. Also, you're a surgeon of creating a great work of art. How many combat skills? Miscellaneous skills? Okay. 66 years old. Skin is cinnamon, his hair is pale taupe, his eyes are slightly sunken. Not a very specific doctor dwarves. I have no idea how a dwarf would attain such a job. An animal trainer, dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Well, let's give you some stoneworking. Masonry. Uh-oh. You get to be immediately expelled for reasons that are annoying to explain. And we have a couple more recruits now. Hell yeah. Once again, if anybody would like a dwarf in this fort, just give me a shout. You forgot about maggot cheese. Thanks for reminding you. I mean, sometimes the maggots stay alive in your stomach, which is why they're dangerous to eat. Diamond, did you already have one? Woodcuts, Wendigo. Yeah, Diamond, you already have one. You're a herbalist, in fact. You're currently uneasy after a lack of decent meals and uneasy after being unable to acquire something for too long. But you're also bored after being unable to practice a craft. You're a herbalist, so clearly you don't like your career in herbalism. So I'm going to give you stone detailing so you can go practice a craft. Also, hi, Beermanir. How's thing? You would assume people like to talk about horrendous things that people enjoy. You know, like that coffee that people love so much is from animal poop. Okay, so first off, I've never had the monkey poop coffee. First off, so I can't really speak to it. But if I was given the opportunity to try it, I would try it. Also, I don't know anybody who actually likes maggot cheese. I do, however, know several people who like to comment about maggot cheese because Dwarf Fortress has maggot cheese in it. So I don't know anybody who... I don't think I... Chat, has anybody here eaten maggot cheese? Just press 1 if you have. I'm curious if anybody here has actually consumed maggot cheese. But I don't know. Generally, when people go on and 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 on about a thing that makes people grossed out, I usually just ask them to shut the fuck up. Yes, that is real. Don't Google maggot cheese. Aware or not aware that there were maggots in it? Either or. Have you eaten maggot cheese? Intentionally or unintentionally? I don't think it's legal to sell here, so it would be difficult for me to consume maggot cheese. Now, that being said, Animal, I have in fact eaten barbecue roasted locust. They're delicious. What the fuck? They're so good. I don't understand why people are so grossed out about locusts. They're so tasty. It's like eating giant crackers. They're great. Would love to eat more barbecue roasted locust. Unfortunately, can't get them up here. Gotta go down to Mexico. Animal poo coffee is very expensive, yeah. The monkey poop coffee is extremely expensive. I mean, yeah, you could totally do that. Use them as like, well, a lot of protein powders come from insects. Don't tell the muscle nuts, but you should read their the ingredients, because a lot of protein powders are very heavily insect based. Okay. Bring in some more spiky balls. We'll trade those. I guess it's just sausage with like oatmeal in it for some weird reason. I'd believe it. Aqua, I'd believe it. Yeah, see, I've eaten black pudding. Black pudding is less appealing to me than barbecue roasted locust. Black pudding's fine. I don't really have anything directly against it, but I thought that was just a polar bear for a second there, and I got excited, and then I realized, oh, it's a polar bear musical instrument. Cool. I'm gonna buy 2 fancy socks. Oh, that sock is too expensive. I'm gonna buy 2 socks. No. Yeah, the fancy expensive protein powders, a lot of them are used with like mealworm extracts and such. The smell of poop makes this conversation even worse. Smell of cat poop, nonetheless. I'm so sorry, Cutest. Well, actually, sorry, not sorry. Why? I mean, why would Cutest ban you for that? I mean, I guess they could, but like that would be a bit silly. I'm not cleaning shit. Uh-huh. That's what my ex used to say to me. Clean out the litter box if it's... it's probably not Cutest's cat. It's a knife stabbing of a joke. Yeah, but we appreciate bad. This is true. Although if the cat litter smells so bad that like the cat doesn't want to be near it, it's probably time to clean that litter box. But I digress. Right, I forgot. This fortress is entirely surviving off of me simply gathering food. I completely forgot about this. We've been in this fortress now for 2 years. I haven't built a garden yet because I'm entirely surviving off of food that we are just like running out into the forest and picking off of the ground. Let me make a seed stockpile here real quick. There we go. Which means we actually have, and I don't know if Stone was here for this previously, but we actually have sunshine in the fortress, which is extremely valuable. It's one of the most valuable drinks in Dwarf Fortress, which is funny because it's right next to Sewer Brew, which is one of the least valuable drinks in Dwarf Fortress. The fuck is sunshine? Yeah, sunshine is a drink. It is produced by sunberries, I think is what they're called, which are only found in good biomes. Mullet. But yeah, it's one of the most valuable drinks in Dwarf Fort. Hey, Mark. Well, hi, Mark. Desire to quote, "The room is rising." Yeah, absolutely. I mean, here is a mere reflection of sunshine. Yes, absolutely. I think you just made the naming of sunshine make a lot more sense. Never really thought about it, but you typing in the word moonshine goes, oh, that's why it's called sunshine. This makes a lot of sense. Also, I think gnomes are stealing my beverages again. Nope, never mind. Then why are the drinks lost? I did not. There you go. It's such a bad quote to quote, but, thanks, Tommy. Speaking of Tommy Wiseau, where is Big Shark? It was supposed to come out in 2019. People are complaining that Dwarf Fortress is taking too long, and I'm over here just going, Tommy Wiseau announced a shark attack movie called Big Shark, which was supposed to be about a shark so big it could cause tsunamis. Anyway, that movie isn't out yet. It was supposed to come out in 2019. Where is Big Shark, Tommy? When are you going to release your next movie? I'm waiting. I want to give you money to watch it. It has the entire cast, or the majority of the cast from The Room in it. So you know it's going to be good. It's going to be like History Channel levels of terrible. Because your name is Mark? I mean, you did it to yourself by using that username on Twitch. Although, maybe at this point, this is one of those I have to blame your parents situations. The fuck? To which part? Guess I'm doing this way. So when I was up the pointy hill over the weekend, Animal, there was a group that was partying over on one of the other mountain peaks, and at one point at about 10:30 at night, I screamed Marco really loudly, and about 10 other people responded with Polo. Just, I don't know, way too amusing for me for some reason. Oh, the tsunami part? Well, I mean, shark movie, come on. This checks out. I just want to see Tommy Wiseau make a Sharknado equivalent, okay? Starring and written and directed by Tommy Wiseau, of course. That seems like a really bad idea. Animal. I'm not totally sure why, but this seems like a really bad idea. I'll let you know when I figure out why I think that that's a bad idea. Haven't figured it out yet. Still thinking. Oh yeah, and I'm giving you a very jokey, sarcastic-y response. You really should get help. That's actually a really good response to that joke. You should get help. Help will be so fluffy and happy. Where's our shark, Tommy? Yeah, it's the thing is, you see, I'm not an asshole who's just gonna go at Tommy Wiseau constantly and ask where Big Shark is. I'm sure it'll come out eventually, and if it doesn't, it doesn't. That's fine. It's not called the Shark Room, it's called Big Shark. Big Shark is literally the name of it. There's a trailer on YouTube on Tommy Wiseau's YouTube channel if you want to go look it up. I one time did get help with Thor. So I don't understand. What do you mean by that, Animal? That you one time got help with Thor? I do not understand. Arcanium. Arcanum? Arcanum. What's that? Actually, hold on. Is it what I think it is? No, it's not what I thought it was. What is that? Because there's a video game called Arcanum. But also, yes, Autumn has in fact been possessed. Who is a mason. Well, we got lots of rocks. It's going to be made out of conglomerate, because that's the only rock we have. Oh, so it was the thing that I was thinking of. Okay. And grabbed a single boulder of lignite. Coal. All right, what are you going to make out of coal? Please make me a door. Door would be really nice. Could use a door. All right, we need to brew some drinks, methinks. There it is. There's a scene in Thor Ragnarok where Short shouts, get help, while his brother Loki is on his shoulder, and then he throws Loki at two guards, and then Loki stands up and says he never liked that game. Ah. Okay. I've seen Thor Ragnarok, I think, but I've kind of done my best to just wipe that movie out of my brain. Not because it's a bad movie or anything, it's a fine film. It was just kind of boring. The Hall of Amethysts, a stoneworker guild, has been established. Ooh. Okay. And then Autumn, the Mason, has created Zulashiram. A Lignite hatch cover. Ooh, that we can use. And claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Merle sprayed ink. Why is Merle spraying ink? It's worth 2,400. It's called Pain Summer. You know, I feel that. Pain Summer. I think that this artifact is just dedicated to the year 2022. Anyway, this is a Lignite hatch cover. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. On the item is an image of trillion cut gems in Lignite. Uh-huh. Wow, that's an on-the-nose name. I think I'm going to put this hatch cover... No, I'm going to wait for them to put it somewhere, or put it away first. They're probably hauling it. Nope, they're not. Wait for them to put it away first. Gonna get put in that stockpile on the right, I think. Don't quite have a mayor just yet. Curious about who's going to get elected mayor, though. Brewing drinks. Making sure somebody's brewing drinks. We're putting those artifacts on display. Nobody is currently brewing drinks. Well, that's annoying. We're trying to rebuild the faction. This is still that weird cult faction, so I'm still kind of sort of playing along with the cult faction. Currently, my main theme is just a building theme. I'm trying to, build a big tower off of this mountain. And there's another peak over here, which I might try and connect it to. Build a second tower up there or something, and then have like a big suspended fort in between the two. But as for current goals, I'm not totally sure. I think it kind of depends on... well, actually, my goal for this faction, my overarching goal, is I would like the Queen of the Plank of Nations, Reg, who is a Gelder, to move into my fort so that I can squish her. And make a new royal family. That is my actual goal. But currently, it's just building a fort. I know I'm just just pretend I'm new to DF in the channel. It is the most optimal possible pathway setup for maximum dwarven traffic with minimum possible impact on frame rate. I don't know if it's actually true or if it's a placebo, but it certainly feels like it speeds up the game's frame rate. Because it's the least possible options with the most possible directions for them to go. Like mathematically, if it's a 2x2 or a 3x3, their options for pathing around each other flies up real high. Whereas if it's a cross, they can still get past each other really easily, but there's always a maximum of, or generally a maximum of one direction they can go, or potentially 4 directions they can go, which is a lot better than there's 2 directions for all dwarves to go at all times. And you don't want them to have a huge number of options for pathing through hallways when trying to get from point A to point B. You can go one of 2 directions. You can either give them a very wide open area and just let them go wherever they want, or, yeah. Do you tell the dwarves to do what specifically they do? So no. The dwarves are kind of like hyper advanced lemmings. They have needs and wants and desires that they will go and satisfy based on the amenities that are in the fortress that they have access to. But in general, you assign jobs to the dwarves, and then those dwarves will then just go about tasks based on convenience and priority. So I can assign a dwarf to be a stone worker or a farmer, and then I will either line up jobs that the dwarven management distributes to the dwarves via this screen via a manager, or I can manually go to workshops and queue up things, and then somebody with that skill will go and do it. I can also be very specific via the workshop profile of which dwarf is allowed to use each workshop, so I can be very specific about who makes what if I want to be, but I also don't have to be. So yes and no is the answer to that. Queen squishing, that's a noble goal. Yeah. Queen squishing and building a big tower. Those are my 2 goals for this fort. It's a noble goal. Oh. I missed the part where you said I'll see myself out. Well then. I mean, you don't have to see yourself out. I feel like I've made that joke, or jokes close to that, several times. Oh, also, for anybody who missed it, buy this bundle. And if you don't buy this bundle, or can't buy this bundle, share it on social media. Maybe someone can. And winter has come. Winter is upon us proper. Also, a fun thing about this fort, it snows a shit ton in the winter, which I really like. Water freezes and everything. It's a good time. It always throws me off that the game doesn't auto-unpause in this install, because I changed a setting, which I'm not used to. Remind me 30 mins? What do you need to remind you for? Alexa, remind Aquafunkalistic Booty Web to buy indie bundle in 30 minutes. I wonder how many Alexas I just triggered. All right, petitions available. The Hall of Amethysts has many members in Threatdweller, which is our fortress. So the Hall of Amethysts is a stoneworker union that has formed here, and they want to teach their crafts. But I need to permit them to do that by giving them a place to teach their crafts. So we have to build a space for a stoneworkers union now. So I have to figure out where I'm going to put that. Kind of thinking. Now this is an idea, and I'm curious as to what you guys think of this idea. I'm thinking about punching a hole in this wall right here, and then digging into this and building in here. What do you guys think of that as an idea? Well, I could channel out this one more time all the way along. More space for building stuff? Less of a more space for building stuff and more of a, I like to tunnel a little bit. And I'm thinking if we tunnel sideways in, that'll be cool. Have kind of a cool effect. Any trees up top here? Okay. No, there isn't. Let's be careful about how we actually do it, though. And I'm thinking we'll dig out like this. This area right about here. And this can be my stoneworkers' hall. So I'm going to jump over to remove construction. We're going to remove 2 right there. And there we go. That'll be our little starter thing. We can also put a bunch of bedrooms up in here. We've got digging channels and digging trenches starting up. Also, kind of winding back around to the do you tell dwarves what to do specifically. In military situations, you have specific control over dwarves. So if you have an enemy army that's sieging you, you can send out... You can give your armies pretty precise orders. However, they often choose to simply not listen. Is the easiest way to put it. Cancels make leather bag, needs more tanned hides. All right, used up all of our leather, it looks like. Just gonna wait for them to finish digging out that center bit. Take them a second, but they'll get there. Probably should have smoothed this whole wall. Whatever. It'll be fine once we have a construction here. This will be a really inopportune time to get attacked as well. I'm also going to need to build up top up here. It's going to be a bit of a pain, but be fine. This is putting in a really big weak spot into my, what is currently a pretty impenetrable little fortress. Also, chat room, anything that we can do to keep the chat moving today is appreciated. It's been kind of a lurky start to the stream. Which is unfortunate, but it happens sometimes, you know? All right. So if anybody has any questions about Dwarf Fortress, doesn't really matter how basic, or if you just want to talk about something completely unrelated, that's also fine. But anything helps. Read the last Discord word story? I mean, if you insist. Last thing I wrote. Okay, of course that happened. Confidence isn't a guarantee of success. Overall, the dwarfs are drunk. Good. Is a beer ever sudsy? Shouldn't we do stuff Egg Scrambler, Fluffy Wambler, Broken Handler. In Bucket Burma makes the list nodules full of naughty parrots talking? Stop. All right, I'm just going to end that sentence because that sentence makes no sense. Hey, Red Dragon, how's things? What you been up to? How's your day been? We are building a little fortress. That's kind of like a tower next to a mountain. And now we're building a little walkway over to the mountain. Might build a second one over here on the other side. We'll do the one first. Nice colors. It's because we're in a good biome. It's a good mountain biome and a good forest biome. The problem with being on a good mountain is there's frickin' gnomes that show up and try and drink all my alcohol pretty frequently. But I quite like being in good biomes. They're fun. Going to cancel both of those blocks jobs because I want to queue them up in the manager. This right here is going to be our guild hall. Life has been a grind, trying to get back in shape. Good kind of grind or bad kind of grind? Because, you know, both of those things are stuff. But if you mean grind as in like working out, I would ascribe that as a good type of grind. I think that there's a culture around, you know, nonstop work and grinding oneself to a pulp. That is not what I would describe as an optimal way of living these days, but that there are good types of grind that surround that as well. As long as it's a good type of grind, not a crappy grind. But good to hear, regardless. Assuming it's been a good kind of grind. Let's just get this front bit up here all the way smoothed up. We're gonna cut out some bits, make it smoothed all the way along. Yeah, I know that feeling, Red Dragon. I know that feeling. But life is boring if you're not constantly learning and growing. And that can take a lot of different forms. What code has become expedition leader? For a second there, I thought that that meant that they were becoming mayor, but it doesn't look like it. What have I been up to? Aside from camping, you know, a lot of the same. I got a mountain gnome who appears to have fallen off of my fortress. Good on you there, little mountain gnomey. Aside from playing a lot of Dwarf Fort and streaming, I've been camping and looking forward to several games that aren't out yet, that I want to play real bad, that I can't because they're not out yet, and that makes me sad. But, you know, just the usual things that people who make their living on the internet do. You know, sit at home, listen to records. Looking forward to this weekend. I get to go to a beer festival, which I'm quite excited for. I've decided to go to war with like maybe a tenth of my YouTube audience by posting not one but 2 political posts in one day, which may not have been the wisest thing, but you know what? Fuck it. It's my platform. I'll use it for what I want it to. So there's that. What else have I been doing? Not a huge amount outside of that. Just kind of annoying people, as I do. I'm just going to put an upstair in every corner of this. Hey, King. How's things? Anywhere specific? Hold up. Give me 2 seconds. Mount Seymour. Oh, this picture was we spotted a cat on the way up at the very start of the trail, which is a ski hill, which that cat looked very upset. But yeah, Mount Seymour. To give you an idea, well, that's Third Peak, which we walked up to, which that is a very sketchy walkway in the winter. Look, oh, there's a good photo. This is from First Peak, and that's Vancouver. I live somewhere there. So it's like maybe an hour in public transit from my house. Oh, hell yeah, King. Glad you had a good time. I walked up a pointy hill over the weekends. You know. Which is my term for mountain. Pointy hill. But yeah, no, we're gonna go up there again in not this weekend, but the weekend after, because it's literally like $3 in public transit tickets plus a $20 Uber to get up there. So it's super easy to go up there. So it's kind of we have access to it. We should take advantage of it. So I've been reaccumulating camping gear. Actually, no, I think I'm going to make these up-downs. Did I put that in the right spot? Yes, I did. Awfully convenient. There's about 4 mountains that are about that convenient in the greater Vancouver area. Just that is one of 2 that allows camping, and that is the only one that allows camping without booking a permit. What's the investing in chat? It's just a chat minigame that my bot has had for like fuck. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 8 years? Boy. Anyway, yeah, it's a chat minigame that my bot's had for forever. Which is why some people have ludicrous numbers of hours. But you missed it, so you can't invest now. But if you type in ! Tickets, you'll see how long you've watched the stream and how many you've earned. Yeah, King wins. King always wins. No matter what, right? I actually wonder if I grow a farm plot, plant a farm plot here. How much sunshine can I grow sunshine here? Just kind of curious. I'll just let them plant it and then we'll see. I need 2 doors. Wait for them to go mine that out first. You found something interesting? What's that? The reason you got into DF was kind of thinking of it as a story generation thingy? Yeah. My older sister uses Dwarf Fortress to generate worlds for Dungeons & Dragons. That is its intended purpose, in fact. Well, Tarn edited a book on procedural storytelling in video games, but yes. Didn't write the book, he edited it. Yep. No, we had somebody in chat take the description of one of my dwarves and put it into, I want to say it was DALL-E. That one pretty popular AI thing. I don't even know how to classify those, to be honest. No seeds available for that location. Okay, that's kind of what I thought. Figured because it was mountain, but still sad. I've been trying to get into the beta for Midjourney because DALL-E's a little bit not as effective as I would like. Midjourney generates much cooler looking images, in my opinion. So I've been kind of hoping to get into that to be able to use it as part of my stream, but also, I'm still moderating comments. You're in the beta of Midjourney? Fuck! That's all I have to say to that. I applied to get into the beta of Midjourney like a month and a half ago now. No response. Blah. That's all I have to say. I want to be able to like generate an image of a dwarf and then just like tab over to it and show it. That's all I want. Which is literally like what they want, which is press coverage. Come on, you fucks. And then I could make a video like, I used an AI to generate the faces of my dwarven fortress or something. What's being built? I'm currently making a guild hall. Ugh. This guild hall is going to be a stoneworkers guild because there's a bunch of stoneworkers in this fortress. You joined a stream about dreams, went and left. What is this? So when you say dreams, do you mean like the game and design tool dreams, or do you mean like interpreting dreams? Oh, you mean like interpreting dreams? Yeah, no, I mean, dreams have about as much meaning as fucking, I was gonna say as fucking. Dreams have about as much meaning as reading your fucking star sign. Doesn't mean anything. As in dreaming and psychology? Gotcha. I mean, I have nightmare terrors, and the meanings of that is I haven't, like, calmed my brain down with enough THC yet, so I need to wake up and smoke more weed. That's the meaning of my night terrors. Which I had last night, by the way. It sucked. This is going to be a craft guild hall of a stoneworkers guild. We have 11. The Gorge of Chests. Of crests, sure. What's the value of that location? Not quite high enough, so I'm gonna have to put a couple more pieces of art on the walls. I try my best to not dream, period. Ever. I hate it. It's like making a freaking unloaded Gmod level. I mean, I could just make that in Gmod. My dreams, when I dream, or rather when I remember them, are almost always utterly horrific. And when I remember them, they never leave my brain. So I do my best to dream as little as possible. I hate having dreams, and I hate remembering them even more. We'll set this to citizens and long-term residents only. Dreams gone wild? Is that what you mean? How am I gonna do this? Trying to figure out how to construct this. You once dreamed you became a horse. What? Look at my horse. My horse is amazing. And freaking forest from the forest. Huh. Yeah, the majority of my dreams usually involve the few people I know and still care about dying in horrific ways, or me dying in horrific ways. That's usually how my dreams go. So I generally do my best to forget them as soon as I have them, or not have them in the first place. Which is not that healthy, but really have a better option. Oh, new Shreer has been taken by a mood. Or carpenter. At least it's so freaking weird it's an LSD trip. Yeah, no, if I die in my dreams, it's like photographically realistic. And not something I like to remember. So, I wish that I could enjoy dreams. I used to enjoy dreams when I was a little bit younger, but I don't know. My mind is just too warped, I think. Plant cloth, that's oddly specific. Silk cloth, ooh, boy. Bones, plant cloth, silk cloth, rock, boy. Well, I can do this. I can make a loom. Actually, I can make a farmer's workshop. I can make a loom. And I can scratch my head and go, I don't know what else I can do. Guess we gotta dig down. Didn't really want to do that, but here we are. I don't know. I used to enjoy dreaming, and then as I grew up and my brain started to fall apart a little bit, I began having night terrors, and around the same time, I also began having sleep paralysis, which was usually attached to those night terrors. And so on nights when I dream, if the dream itself isn't horrific and not something I want to remember, the sleep paralysis is. So my optimal goal is to either sleep for short periods of time so I don't remember, or don't have dreams in the first place, or sleep for or go to sleep in a mental state where I won't remember my dream. Those are kind of my two goals. So I don't like dreams. I hate them even. I don't usually get choking sensations when I have sleep paralysis. I usually feel like somebody is repeatedly stabbing a sharp object into my back, if that makes any sense. Kind of like the worst back cramp you've ever had. But it feels like someone's like jamming like a metal pipe into my back, basically. It's generally not pleasant. Sleep paralysis is not fun. So, gonna hop off and go to bed yourself. Don't have spoopy nightmares, man. Sleep well. Yay, we're through the rocks that have water in them, which is good. Struck more coal and orthoclase. That's nice. What? Did I crumble? It was right after you watched Jurassic Park? And are you going to tell me that you saw dinosaurs? Another weird sleep thing that I don't like that I get is I'll have this tendency of like dozing off. And I know there's a name for this, but I don't actually know the name for it. I'll have a tendency of dozing off and then being asleep for 8 to 10 seconds, it feels like. Maybe. And then I'll hear a loud bang, scream, thunderclap, loud breath, gunshot, firework, explosion, something, loud noise. And then I'll wake up and it'll be like 8 hours later. So like, I'll go to bed, I'll lie down, close my eyes, bang, and then it's morning. I have that happen pretty frequently.
Subscribed for at least 120,970,800 seconds.
Did you know that I'm subscribed for a lot of seconds? I assumed it was at least 3 seconds, but wild. Peak, it's good to see you. How you been, dude? It's been a long time. And wait, what? Hello, as well. Also, if anybody wants to help out the channel for absolutely free, here's a Reddit thread you could interact with, if you like. Yeah, I know. I've looked it up before, but I always like space on the name of it and forget, and then don't look it up later, and don't generally put much memory into remembering it afterwards. Could be PTSD. I've heard that. Although my psychologist has said interesting things about my brain, probably relating to PTSD and various other afflictions. So wouldn't actually surprise me. But I've never been shot at, I'll say that. I almost got struck by lightning once, but I've never been shot at. Found a job twice and moved country? Jesus. Must have been a good job. Hope it was an improvement on the old job. The old gig you had seemed pretty good, so. Hell yeah, I suppose. Can I ask what the new job is? I don't like to think about it too much with people that aren't qualified, so unless you're qualified, I don't really want to think about it too much. I'll tell these stories, but I don't really need you dissecting them. No offense, but... I have a pretty good idea of what causes it, and it's not something I particularly like discussing. Yeah, I don't have that problem. I understand that you're like trying to empathize, but I'll say this. Minds and bodies work very differently. So what causes something for you could be completely unrelated and different to me. I just kind of find it frustrating when because I have, like I said, have a pretty good idea of what causes it. For me, anyway. So I don't need you dissecting it. The last gig ended by the product was appreciated, so you now got a job as a developer advocate in the University of Oslo. Oh, hell yeah! Remotely from the Netherlands. Good shit, dude. Neat. I was about to ask that too. The fuck's a developer advocate? But, hell yeah. In my experiences, universities are always scamming money out of people, so they're generally a pretty good place to work. That is one of the funniest, like, URLs that I've read in a minute. Literally, what the heck is a developer advocate? That's funny. Spring has arrived, which means the snow is going to melt. Sort of like a community manager at a game developer, but then for a software product instead of gamers, they're developers. Oh, okay. Huh. Interesting. I feel like I'm kind of confused that the term community manager wouldn't just like roll over to other industries, but huh. Neat. Sounds like a pretty decent gig, especially if you get to work remotely. I mean, I'm still doing exactly the same thing as I have been for, you know, as long as I've been doing it. So my life doesn't change a ton. I got to go on a vacation this past month, which was nice. Been camping. Trying to reacclimate myself with being in society. Yeah. This is a more hands-on technical? Okay. Got you. So somewhere between like a product manager and developer relations kind of thing. Part of developer relations, yeah. All right, neat. It's literally a dude that will explain how to use a program or package. Sure. I don't know, I'm not a programmer, so I know what those words mean, but not necessarily in that respective order. Oh. So, a poet was found dead in my fortress. It is the first of granite. Poet just died of old age. I didn't check how old the poet was. Damn shame. They must have been pretty old. Well, is what it is. Can I get some F's in chat for that lovely poet who spent some time in our tavern? We'll quickly dig him out a tomb. You think that you need one at work? It was a dwarf poet. It was a dwarf poet who was traveling with two elven poets. Dwarf poet named Tun. Also, I've been streaming for 3.5 hours, or 3 hours and 20 minutes or so. I need to pee. There's a thief. Just a kobold again. Is it the same kobold? It's still Lincoln's! Lincoln's must live, like, right here. Alright, well. I'll be back in a sec. All right, we return. Oh, forgot to turn the cam off. Whoops. Man, it does seem like something that would be useful to have around work. But I do also like that. Without knowing your situations, yeah, you probably need one. But yeah, no, I'm glad that you landed on your feet, you know? Job becoming non-existent is generally kind of a, you know, hard thing to recover from quickly, but sounds like you did, so that's good. That is, in fact, good. These guys are just becoming relatively useless. Kind of non-soldiers. Or wrestlers, I suppose. Alright. I might actually lose a dwarf. What is this? Malachite. What is malachite? Stone. Ore of copper. Oh shit, that's cool. I'll take copper. Copper's fine with me. Copper swords it is. I'm gonna dig a bunch further down. It's usually focused on external developers using products created by a company, but there are internal developer advocates too that are usually in massive companies like Google and Amazon for the same purpose as sort of like external developers. Well, when you have companies like Google and Amazon, those companies are so big that they might as well be like 100 companies, right? And like people in those companies don't necessarily talk to each other as much as a smaller company would. You know, like if you have 20 employees, that's one thing. If you have 500 employees, that's something kind of different. Half of your employees aren't going to know each other in a very large company like that. Which would make sense why you'd need internal ones for larger companies like that. It's sort of like you only need one project manager in a company that only has one project, but if you have 50 projects, you probably need more project managers. Also, crap. I just trapped half my dwarves in my fortress because I'm a smart. Don't mind me, I'm smart. I know how to play this game. I definitely just removed all of my stairs and trapped all of my dwarves in the upper half of my fortress. Oops. Rather, not up here. Yes, up here is fine. Down here was where I trapped them. This dwarf, I don't think this dwarf's gonna survive. The number of things that I have to acquire in a short while in order for this to actually work is kind of ridiculous. I'm going to give you ant processing. Fortunately, I do have plants that can be processed. And they need to be spun at the loom. And that'll give you one type of cloth. And we need spider silk, which we will be acquiring, hopefully, from a cavern lair, assuming I find one. Yeah, it sounds like you've had a busy couple of months, dude. Over here, things haven't changed too much. I don't know if you vanished before or after. Oh, hey, an elven caravan has arrived. Before or after I moved my schedule, but I stream 3 days a week now instead of like 6 days or 5 days a week. Ooh. That's actually really cool. We discovered a lava pool. Look at that. And an expansive caravan, and the magma sea, and a downward passage. Wow, we just found everything. Where's this downward passage? Oh, shit. Wow. Triple kill, I suppose. All right, so where did we dig to? The top of that. Ooh, that's kind of badass, actually. Any plans for the magma? Dude, I found it 5 seconds ago. Let me think for a minute. Give me a second to thunk it over, yo. Well, first off, I want to put a plug in this. To get down to it first, I think. But yeah, currently IDK is my answer to that. I'll think about that once I've gotten past things. I mean, there's lots of things I could do with the lava. First of which is just make magma forges. Cheers, Kamikaze Badger. Glad you like the stream, even though you have absolutely no idea what's going on in the video game. Which, believe it or not, very common, actually. There's a lot of people who watch this stream who have absolutely no idea what's going on in the video game. Also, I love it when person DMs me and asks me to clarify something. I respond to them with a clarification, and then they respond back with, good. I'm arguing with somebody on Twitter, and I was starting to second guess myself. It's people DM me for like input on their Twitter arguments. Or get every once in a while. You check out streams for games you don't know. Get every once in a while myself. I think I know what you're saying. But, yeah, no, I don't generally care about the game that's being played. The game that's being played just makes you more or less visible on the site. Kind of my take. Thinking we dig into this wall over here. How we do this. Rock, plant cloth, logs, silk cloth, bones, rock. I don't think that the elves would bring anything that I could trade them. Or I don't think they'd bring silk. Yeah, they'll bring any of wood. I know they don't have any raw silk. So we literally just need to get down into here in order to acquire silk. So what's going on today? Working on the Plank of Nations. It's been a little bit since I've played this fort because I've been playing Long Death a bunch because Long Death's at war, so this Long Death's been very interesting recently. But we're working on this fortress, and I'm trying to do my best to attract a queen so that we can free this faction from their cultish rule Having a queen that's a Gelder in a fortress where all of the gods are female is just kind of terrifying to me. So we're working on that. So we're trying to free the faction from, you know, that's kind of what's happening. Also, apparently, I've gone to war with a large portion of my YouTube audience, which I think is kind of funny. But, you know, is what it is. Annoying people on the internet is part of the job, I think. All right, let's do upstairs. What's the conflict about? I don't know if there's much of a conflict. I've lost maybe a dozen subscribers today. But what I did was I uploaded a video about a game called Ukraine Defense Force Tactics, which is a charity project where all the proceeds go to Come Back Alive, which annoyed some people. And then I decided to go with a double whammy, and then I also posted this itch bundle in my community section of my YouTube channel. So I didn't like hit them with one, I hit them with two sensitive subjects in a short time span, which is enough to like rattle some fragile brains out there. So, you know, Canadian Pagan, what up? Thanks for the raid, dude. Cheers, mate. What's up? Hello, everybody. Jack, can I get a round of beers for the raiders? For my Canadian Pagan. Cheers. What were you guys playing today? What were you up to? If I can ask. Go stalk your channel, see what you're up to. But I'm blind. I don't see very well. Oh, you were playing Gnome in the Sky. The sky of that no man. The sky where there is no man. Hope that you had a good time cruising around the sky. We're working on a fortress, and I got a dwarf that really needs some silk, so I've dug down into the caverns, and we found a magma pool, which I'm going to be messing around with, and maybe making a magma forge, probably. I could theoretically make some weird, like, lava waterfall or something, which maybe I will, depending on what materials I find. But actually, if we could get a very easy glass industry up and running, and we could make all the stuff out of glass. Idea. It was pretty poggers? Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, today's just kind of a low-key vibes day. We're playing Dwarf Fortress, and I'm promoting this itch bundle, which has 300-something games in it, as well as Jodo Ismarati, the Commander Void Hunter, is visiting. Sus. Do you have any markings on your clothing? Wondering where you came from. No, you don't. You love this tile set? This is a very heavily edited version of Krug Smash's tile set specifically. But yeah, it's a great tile set. It is a lot of stuff for $10, yeah. Which is what I was talking about right when you popped in, so that's why I reposted it. But yeah, to anybody coming in from Canadian Pagan Stream, my name's Blind. I stream a lot of Dwarf Fortress and other games you haven't heard of, and that's kind of what I do on Twitch and YouTube. The Past Exits wishes to reside in Threatdweller with the purpose of entertaining citizens and visitors. No, thank you. I don't need another musical performance crew, thank you. We already have one. We haven't even built a tavern yet. Probably should wait until we build a tavern before we have more permanent guests in the fortress. But to anybody who came over from Canadian Pagan Stream, tell us something about Canadian Pagan Stream and why my audience should go give them a follow. I'd love to know how the stream was today. You gotta get going? Hell yeah, dude. I run, supper to cook. Yeah, I know how that goes. And enjoy your lurks. Hope you had a good stream. He's a cool guy? All right, that seems like enough of a reason for me. Have a shout out. There you go. One of my mods may have done that earlier, but I definitely didn't see it. So we're gonna hollow out this area over here. Speak French too? I was in Montreal like a week and a half ago. So I heard a lot of Canadians speaking French. I don't speak a word of French. Tossed a like on that YouTube vid. Good on you for expressing an opinion. I like how you just say an opinion. It's an opinion, naturally. I can't even pronounce that, so I'm not gonna try. I'm so far west in Canada that it would actually be wiser for me to learn Punjab or one of the Chinese dialects than it would be to learn French, because I would get more use of it in my day-to-day. Because there is like a bigger Punjab speaking community here than English, depending on what part of town you're in. So it's kind of like just the reality of where I live, but you keep dying, it's too hard. I recommend playing on Wander mode, and following a guide for the first few. I'm quoting my uncle who speaks Punjabi fluently. So he refers to them as Punjab, so that's what I do because I'm from this area too. Anyway, words. But yes, you are correct, Red Dragon. My advice with Caves of Cud is if you're having too much trouble, just open up the wiki for the first few quests. Start at Joppa, use a recommended build, and it's really not that difficult. It only really gets difficult when or rather, it gets a lot easier once you understand how to get through the first 3 or 4 quests and level up a little bit. But it's the difficulty of Caves of Cud doesn't drop. I mean, it's still a hard game, but it becomes manageable very quickly. Let's do small bridge right there. Can also build some cage traps. Perfect. Gonna need some wood cages. You have to scoop cat litter. This has been a hot topic in the chat today. Scooping cat litter. Cutest ghost, and now you. You've discovered a cavern deep underground. Fancy that. I think I'm actually just going to go plug that cavern that's deep underground. There's plenty of webs for us to collect up here. Just gonna make sure no dwarves run in there. You have to go? Well, cheers. Thanks for swinging by. Harry, did you come in from the YouTube channel then, out of curiosity? If you picked up Caves of Cud from my videos. Gotcha. Well, hello. Welcome. I'm going to, I think... Yeah, Caves of Cud is I would describe that game as a modern classic. That game is an absolute masterpiece. But it is very hard. Like, very hard. And it's funny, because I have some people who've, like, gone, nah, there's no way that's true. I found Caves of Cud harder to learn than Dwarf Fortress. Like, Dwarf Fortress, pretty easy game to learn. Caves of Cud, on the other hand, that was like a 50-hour learning curve to get competent. Dwarf Fortress was maybe like 10 to 15 hours to like have a pretty good grasp of what I was doing. Whereas Dwarf Fortress, on the other hand, a little bit longer of a learning curve for me anyway. I mean, you can say hi back to somebody, you know? Why don't I play with DF hack? I don't feel it's necessary. To me, it just adds kind of unnecessary bloat to the game. I mean, it makes some like keystrokes a little bit quicker, but literally the only thing from DF hack that I actually miss, or would like to have in vanilla, is that thingy that shows how many dwarves have beds assigned. But I can do that in the vanilla game without DF hack, so. To me, like, anything that makes the game less stable and adds bloat is not something I want to use. And DF hack makes the game more crashy. In my entire time playing Dwarf Fortress, right? And this is my entire time streaming Dwarf Fortress. So, like, 2018 until now as the time that I've streamed Dwarf Fortress. I played Dwarf Fortress a little bit before then, and I've been aware of it since 2009, and I tried to get into it on and off, and it never really clicked. So I properly learned Dwarf Fortress on stream, but I've had maybe 10 crashes in my entire time playing Dwarf Fortress. About 5 of them were in one day with DF hack installed. So I don't really have much interest in using DF hack, I'll be honest. Like, yes, it does make some things more convenient. I don't think it's a benefit. And people talk to me all the time about how crashy and unstable Dwarf Fortress is, and I go, yep. Uh-huh. Go on. I mean, I made the colors all green when I used the Matrix style set, and it was still playable. It was a little fucky, but it was playable. Yeah, see, I've probably played 20 hours on this one fort already. I actually have a video on my YouTube channel about why I don't use DF hack and why I don't use Dwarf Therapist. There's several immersion reasons, too. DF hack makes it too easy to automate everything, and I don't like that because I like to play very slowly. It's the same argument that I have with Therapist. It's like, I don't want to ever have to tab out of the game and go to another menu or window for something. That just ruins all of the immersion for me. And DF hack kind of does the same thing to a degree. Am I out of blocks? No, I'm not. I'm doing the wrong thing. Yeah. But in my opinion, the biggest thing that Premium needs to do is make it so that people don't feel the need to install... Hey, look, raw adamantine. Praise the miners. Is that I don't want people to feel the need to install... Whoa. Hold on a second. Oh, I see. Some migrants have arrived. I was like, wow, why did I jump up to the surface? What just happened? A gem cutter, a doctor. Seeing it who's bring up some livestock. Just give you mining. I could use another engineer, but you also need to have some more useful tasks like weaving. A woodworker? I don't know if I need another woodworker. Would you work in the military? Dreams of crafting a great work of art. Possible. Cuts corners on any project, regardless of the consequences, rather than expending extra effort or resources. Wow. All right, join the military. You're useless. Who's next? Just a miner, perfect. Time for forgiveness. You're a pump operator. Let's just give you metalsmithing. I'm also going to give you metalsmithing. We're going to have a really big furnace in a little bit. You're going to play some Caves of Cud? Go be a non-binary monkey person. Have fun. Honestly, like, for me, it's just... I just like playing games in a vanilla state if I don't feel like I need mods. Also, there's a body there still. Whoops. I thought I disposed of that, but I guess I didn't. Oops. The one that's linked in that command is an older variation, but this variant is also public. They're all just on my Discord. They're pinned in the Dwarf Fortress room. No, the colors are custom. Also, you gotta remember that Krug Smash, Troglodyte. Krug Smash redoes his, colors for every single playthrough he does. Yeah. So, and I change them sometimes, but my colors are also pinned. Well, I don't know if I would use my colors. I like my colors, but I don't know if I would recommend using them necessarily. All right, something I'm going to do. I'm going to go up to here. I'm going to dig this. I'm going to dig that. I'm going to do this. And that's going to be a hole. And that's going to be where I'm going to dump my garbage. That's going to be a very efficient little garbage chute. Not being a little tactics game? I mean, at the price of $3, I feel like it would be... I think that would be a very crappily playing Unity asset flip at $3 if it was a fully 3D thing. But I really like little top-down tactics games like that, so... It's my kind of shit. It's almost like a light Advanced Wars. Also, investments are open if you want to invest your tickets, chat. Also, Ukrainian Defense Force Tactics is getting way more views than I expected it to. I thought it would get like 150 and people would just like ignore it. Getting like 30 views an hour, which is pretty good for me. Although it's not monetized, so. Advanced Wars was your first thought when looking at it too? Yeah, it's kind of like a light Advanced Wars with no base building and super light mechanics. Also, we've got another strange mood. Which leads me to believe that that first one went nuts. Three different pieces of cloth. What else? Rare blocks. Oh, cut gems. We can cut some gems. Mining bars of metal. Uh-oh. Cut gems, lapis lazulis. Are those citrines? What's everywhere? Yeah, those are citrines. Hunter cancels no hunt. Reason, no ammunition. Noted. Cool. We got lapis lazulis being cut. And then we need shining bars of metal. Gotta hurry up and get that magma forge up and running. It's not what I wanted. We needed a zone. My garbage dump. Perfect. Means I can jump up here. I can dump all this crap. The other thing I can do is I can go to bars. I do not have any bars. Huh. Need to think about what to do then. You need to go do some stuff. Might be back later. Alrighty, dude. Thanks for $2 earlier. Drop a lever down here. Also going to permit corpses there. Good win, Diamond. But yeah, for those of you who don't know, the Ukrainian Defense Force Tactics game was made in part by the guy who made A Door in the Woods, which is a weird roguelike with one of the best aesthetics I've ever seen in my life. Like, it's aesthetically incredible. Playing it's a bit meh. Like, it deserves the mostly positive reviews. It's a great concept. The execution could be better, but neat game though. It is a fantastic art style. The problem is when you actually have to play it. It's just okay. So that other dwarf died too. I failed an artifact because I didn't have silk and something else that he wanted. Let's make 20 rock coffins. Yeah, I would say that the art style is probably the best part about that game. I think we're gonna make an outer wall for this fortress because right now we just have the kind of this inner wall, which is kind of like a keep. Gonna make an outer wall. More troglodytes? God dang it. Where are these troglodytes hanging out? Oh, wow. There's 10,000 of them. Well, let's just send the military down here. We'll go beat up some troglodytes. Get them, dwarves. Bang. Uh-oh. Our legend god is well, injured. Kind of bruised. Nothing major, though. Yeah, already over it. Which means we can throw them all into the lava pit right here. There it goes. See? All red spark. It's a lot of trogs. I mean, not anymore. Was a lot of trogs. Now they're all just a fine red mist. You know, it's kind of funny. I got a comment on that Long Death video where it's shown in Stone Sense. And somebody commented that they said, your fortress has two things I've always wanted in a fortress, a volcano and a river. And I had to explain to them that that fortress neither has a river nor a volcano. And I built both of those. Well, I didn't build the river. The river was a creek. But the volcano is not, in fact, a volcano. The volcano is, in fact, just a tiny little thingy that I had to construct myself, which I think is kind of funny. All right. Let's build this. So yeah, I found that very amusing. Yeah, there's a partially formed volcano underneath my fortress right now. Which is where I'm getting lava from, but it didn't finish forming all the way. If I peek around, there's one. There's two, actually. The Barb of Learning and the Somber Horns. There's another one up here. Hills of Bleeding and the Mirthful Towers. They even have names. Also, time moves forward. So now we just wait for the game to finish saving, which it'll do eventually. On the bright side, I haven't had to delete any more comments. I only had to delete the one right at the beginning of the day. So that's pretty good. People are being mostly civil, from what I can tell, which is good. It's nice that people are being mostly civil. Shoutouts to my YouTube channel. There's a few quacks, but the vast majority of them seem to be pretty good people. You like my YouTube thumbnails? Cooler drew the majority of them. All the ones that have like repeated art were drawn by Cooler, who I can't give money anymore because he's in Russia. So that's kind of put a dampener on my ability to acquire new art, which sucks. So either I need to man up and just send him Ethereum, or I need to find a new artist at some point. But the other ones are just done by me very lazily. The ones for the first impressions videos, anyways, are done by me. That's YouTube comments? Well, I mean, I don't know if you looked at what I posted this morning, but I posted a bundle raising money for abortion rights and access to abortions. And I also posted a video about Ukraine. So I've kind of pissed off, like, let's just say 20% of the American population and the vast majority of the Russians that watch my YouTube channel in 2 videos, or a video and a community post. So yeah, I got some mean comments this morning, but it's fine. I'll live. It's not the first time and it's not the last. I'm a very politically loud person, and it's fine if you don't agree with me, but uh-oh. Magma crab? Okay, let's send these dwarves back up. Kitty? I didn't even... Huh. Stray cat must have shown up with one of the migrant waves. Yeah, I mean, I don't really care if people disagree with me as long as they're civil, right? Like, I had a comment on that post that was basically just, hey, you know, I don't want to start fights, but I don't think that this is the right place to be, like, talking about this. It's like, that's fine that you think that way, but I don't agree. But, you know. The one, like, comment on, like, I guess you could call this politics, that I genuinely will always be amused by was there was this one person. Whoop, there's a Drothla in my fortress. There was one person who essentially just commented that they want to support me but can't because of my dangerous takes on religion. And it's like, okay, number one, I was raised extremely Christian And I have a very nuanced, intelligent take on religion. It's just I meme about it on stream all the time. And I'm agnostic. Literally worship whatever religion you want. I do not care. But tax the fucking Catholic Church. Anyway, let's play some more things. Dangerous, you know. Also, simulation theory is a creation theory for assholes. That's the actual dangerous take that I have. Have I pissed off anybody yet? A lot of people don't really know how to disagree without fighting. Oh yeah, no, it's totally true. Like, you can absolutely just be like, I don't agree with your opinion, and I'll be like, okay. We can just move on and continue being friends, and it's fine. You know, like, my moderator, King, the Space Disco Fox, did that to me once, and I was like, you know what? Okay. I respect your opinion. I still do. I don't necessarily agree, but that's fine. We don't need to. Like, the thing that I love to tell I love to tell people in this channel is my best friend doesn't agree with a single thing that I believe politically. Literally doesn't agree with a single thing. He's very right-wing. I'm a lefty. And we drink beer and argue. Well, discuss. All the time. Like, he's the guy I go hiking with. Like, we walked up a mountain, and half of that trip, we were just talking about politics. Back and forth and back and forth. And we educate each other to a degree. You love how you can dismember robots in CUD, and they drop, like, computer chips and components and stuff? Wait until someone dismembers your arm, and you realize you're really hungry. And then you grow your arm back with a special injection. Or wait until someone dismembers your face off of your body, and then you put it on like a mask, and nobody notices. That's one of my favorite CUD things. Is just, I've dismembered your face. I'm now going to eat my face. Yeah, getting beer and discussing politics. Or smoking weed and discussing politics, depending on how harsh the politics are. The problem is I think too many people try to discuss politics on Twitter and then treat all political discussion like it's a Twitter political discussion. For reference, I think Twitter's a terrible platform to discuss any kind of politics, but... And your screen is crazy? Yeah. Wait until you get to the quest line where you have to eat mushrooms in CUD. Needs empty cage. So make more cages! Literally, I have the job. I guess what I should actually do is give them a wood stockpile and, like, a reasonable place for... and a reasonable number of carpenter shops, which I have not given them. I also really need to give these dwarves more beds. Face space? Is that what we call Facebook now? Admittedly, Twitter's done a thing that I think is really interesting, which is whenever you... this isn't necessarily like connected to people arguing, but Twitter does this thing that very much amuses me, where if you go to retweet something and it's a news article, it has this little pop-up that says, "Did you read the entirety of the article? Are you sure it's a legitimate source?" Which is like, yes, of course I did. I'm not an imbecile, but also, lol. I kind of love it. I also need empty buckets. Oh, it's because I'm out of booze. Well, I'll just say, don't degrade the good name of MySpace like that, okay? MySpace did nothing wrong. MySpace was early enough in the social media nightmare that we live now that, like, it dodged a lot of that kind of bullshit. Well, I'm going to sell all the degraded clothing that we have. I'm going to sell all of the spiky wooden balls that we have. And I'm going to sell all of the cut gems that we have. You're wearing a robot sensor array as your face. Also, another thing about cut, you can equip literally anything. Meaning, if you want to go into battle wielding I don't know, an article of clothing and a piece of wood, you could do that. You won't last very long, mind you, but you could. Really need a wooden bucket. Do it now. Oh, we have a mayor who's Mathel. 83-year-old dwarf. Short sideburns are neatly combed. Do you sell all of your books or give them to the church for XP? The important question, actually, isn't do you sell all of your books or do you give them to the church for XP? Do you eat them? Different game, but you always eat them. Tasty, tasty, tasty books. Who needs to read books when you can eat book? Suddenly, splat, goes another troglodyte. But if you actually want... Oh, the humans left before I could trade. They saw a troglodyte and it scared them. Well, that's sad. The actual response is, of course, you trade it for XP. XP is infinitely more valuable than water. Water is super easy to obtain if you know how. Drams, shall we say. Meditate on misery. I do every day. All right. Yeah, always trade them for XP. So let's make a little, shall we say, lava reservoir. Doesn't need to be anything big or fancy. Kind of want, you know, something nice and reasonable. You know, chat, I've just got, like, annoying people on the internet stuck in my brain. Anybody here remember that guy? That one guy who informed me that they would unfollow me if I streamed Doom 2016? This was back in 2016. Who informed me that if I streamed Doom 2016, they would unfollow me and never follow again or support in any way because only unintelligent and potentially dangerous people play first-person shooters? Does anybody remember that guy? just asking for a friend. I'm just curious how many people, if anybody here actually remembers that person. Because that might be one of the most memorable chat interactions I've ever had for all of the wrong reasons. Now that is a hot take. It's certainly not a cold take. It's a take. We're gonna put that there. Just put diorite right there. And put diorite right there. This was back when I streamed primarily like theme park and tycoon games. I played some roguelikes back then, but I didn't quite have a big enough audience to be able to like ham fist my way into tricking people into watching weird shit, and I didn't think anybody would want to watch weird shit, so I mostly played tycoon games back then. This was like another era. If you go to my YouTube channel and you search by old, you'll find some old videos of games that are completely fucking different. Like I got my start on this in this industry by playing modded Roller Coaster Tycoon. Like, that's where I came from originally, so. The audience was very different back then. Although, admittedly, that person's response got me gifted Doom Eternal, or not Doom Eternal, Doom 2016. Brain. Quit auto-completing to Doom Eternal. Never expect that. Yeah, I know, right? It was a lot more backseaty back then. I had a slower finger on the band trigger back then. Something going on up here. Why'd you jump me up here, game? Oh. Grand's been struck down. Wait, by what? Oh, did you go berserk? Yes. Okay, so Grand went berserk after not completing an artifact. I really need to get more materials built or prepped. Because currently things are not hot. Things are currently not great in this fortress for artifacts. We need to fix that. You remember taking down the stream because you downloaded the multiplayer map? Oh, because back when my internet was absolute garbage? Yeah. Yeah, that would do it. But yeah, if you pay close attention to the man, I've lost 2 dwarves. I feel kind of bad. If you pay close attention to the emotes that I have, some of them might be a bit of a giveaway. Like the waving panda as an example is Roller Coaster Tycoon 3. Literally the desktop icon, but animated. Finding ruins right next to Yappa is great. Hell yeah. So did you like just pick up CUD? Like, are you brand new to the game? Because you're already doing some like mid-game, semi-advanced shit if you've made it that far. You have a good one, Donna Minstrel. Thanks for swinging by again. Back at you, mate. All right. That should be enough space. We'll just do those ones for right now. And I'm gonna need a way back up and out. And you have a good night, Red Dragon. Cheers. All right, let's keep digging this out. Digging. Japan introduces jail time for online insults. You know, honestly, what Stone just said, it was inevitable. Now, is this in the wake of, like, the Ron Gilbert shit? I doubt it, but someone had to. I don't know if I support that, but I wonder if they were... Or are you wondering if they would extradite for that? I kind of doubt it. I'd love to know the context of why that law got implicated. All right. I'm worried there isn't going to be enough space and enough lava to fill this thing. Unenforceable? I'm not going to read an article right now, but I appreciate the source. Also, you know, no offense, dude. I'm going to blop that and just say, please post that in the subscriber screaming channel. I don't want General to just be flooded with things that are supposed to go into the subscriber tree screaming channel, right? Feel free to repost in subscriber screaming. Or post it in the Twitch chat because it's relevant right now. I don't need it to sit there for days in the general section of my Discord because I don't consider that general. All good. Just remember, the articles that piss people off and politics go in the subscriber screaming channel. If you're posting them anywhere else, I'm going to have to ask you to not. Not because I actually don't want you to. Don't actually care. It's just more for everybody else's sanity. Because some people choose to not take part in those discussions, which is totally fine. All right. I can tell. It's fine. All right. These guys are going to need a way up. Currently, they thirsty. Let's set this to priority number 5 so that they go left first. Seeing Raspberry Pis for sale used for 3 times what they went for new. Yeah, no kidding. I'm seeing graphics cards go up for sale at like factory prices though, so that's kind of nice. Maybe not optimal, but kind of nice. It's calming down because Bitcoin crashed. Literally the only reason. But it is nice that it's calming down. Hopefully it's a permanent calm down and not a temporary calm down, but Home Labs sales. What's that? Literally never heard of that subreddit before. The troglodyte in here. Tell the military to go stab him to death. Is it bad that you want crypto to crash more? Yes, because I own Bitcoin. No, absolutely. The thing is, I love the tech. I fucking love the tech. The tech behind cryptocurrency is absolutely fascinating. But yeah, no, it should probably crash more. We've been hunting for maybe a 1660 Ti and gift your dad your 1660 Super. Oh. Tech is cool, crypto burros aren't. Well, I mean, it's just, that's like saying the stock market is cool, but business magnates aren't. It's like, yeah, I mean, in my opinion, cryptocurrency is kind of a unavoidable technology. I don't really see it going away, but the problem that I have with it is literally every single logical use case for it isn't being used, and every single illogical cash grab scam is becoming very popular. So it's like quite literally ruining the tech that the people who really like those things are enjoying. Because they're like, okay, we're really rich now. All right, let's make a lot more money. It's like, how about you just slow the fuck down for 10 minutes? Think about how we can use this tech to actually benefit things, instead of how we can use this to be as obnoxious as humanly possible. What? I like to think I know things about cryptocurrency. What are you talking about? Wait, what? I literally unironically just said your username as a response to a thing you just said. What? Pardon? Do elaborate. I'd love to know what you're talking about. Oh my god. Oh, okay, never mind. It wasn't what I thought it was. I thought that there was water dripping from the ceiling for a second there. Can I get a TLDR? And for reference, I do own, I don't know, maybe $300 in Bitcoin at its current value. Maybe. I haven't looked in a while. It might be closer to 150 now. Huh. Did someone pump and dump it? Because I somehow completely missed that, air quotes, shitcoin. So. Various cryptos that's accumulated never actually went and bought it. I mean, I occasionally get tips in crypto. I honestly, I have no problem with cryptocurrency as technology. I have everything against the way it's being used. It's like I have no issue with money existing. Money is fine. But people use money to do terrible fucking things. And people use money as an excuse to be horrible people. Unfortunately, virtual decentralized money is still money in that regard. So you don't think it really went anywhere? Okay. Noted. I think I still own like a couple dollars in Shiba coin because somebody sent it to me. But, you know. Since December 2021 and has never done anything crazy in the price. All right, so what you're saying is we need to get into it now to maximize the returns, because you got to get in early, right? Right? Don't buy that shit, please. All I have to say. That's my financial advice: is do not buy meme coins. Someone was giving away Doge. Yeah, it's D-O-G-E, Doge. It's not Dodge. Dodge would be something different. I know there's a member of this community that was probably a millionaire briefly, due to the amount of Dogecoin that he mined. But I don't think he actually sold any of it. Because there was a point there where he was just like, yo, I've mined, it was like $4 in Dogecoin in the past 2 weeks. I was like, good for you. And this was like in 2015. There is a large rat in my hallway. I love how it's not a giant rat, it's just a large rat. Now it's a large splat. Which, I'm just gonna forbid it. We'll just let it sit there, it's fine. We'll be flooded with lava in a few minutes. Yeah, I just need these dwarves to smooth this whole area down here. We're gonna channel out those stairs. I mean, a lot of cryptocurrencies are a fun story. I don't even know what that is. Rock for hire. The thing that annoys me the most about cryptocurrency right now is Ticketmaster, at least in Canada. When you buy tickets on Ticketmaster now, they mint it. And it's really fucking annoying to send tickets to a friend now. Like, God. So annoying. Like, previously, you'd buy a ticket to go see, I don't know, cattle decapitation on Ticketmaster, right? And then say you bought 2 tickets, and your friend is like, dude, I want to go. Previously, you'd forward them the fucking email, and then they have the ticket. Now, they need to download the app, and within the app, you have to send it to their user ID within the app. And a miner was found dead. Probably... Oh. Alright, it's time to... It is time to lock down the caverns. There are jabberers in the caverns. I repeat, there are jabberers in the caverns. I repeat, there are how many jabberers are in the caverns? Just the one, and it's now a named jabberer. Alright, well, we gotta kill the jabberer. Alright. It appears to be dead. We didn't lose any more. It's the one miner. Jabberers are giant head-plucking birds. They like to pluck your head off. Alright. I think what we're going to do is... I'm gonna jump up to the surface. Going to, make this into a zone. Wait, actually, no. I'm gonna make this into a burrow. Define burrow. I'm also going to go up here real quick, and I'm going to make crutch, wood, 20, splint, wood, 20. Your chili is too spicy. Oh, no! What is a jabber? A jabber is a giant dodo that has really good aim for heads. And they nip your heads off. They're very dangerous large birds. And they only live in the 2nd and 3rd cavern layers. It might even just be the 3rd cavern layer. They live super deep underground. They also just bit the head off of one of my dwarves. Alright, where's that Jabberer's corpse? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go up here. I'm gonna make a room like this. Also going to make a room like this. One's gonna be a refuse pile, the other one's gonna be a corpse stockpile. Cut the edges off, it makes it a little smaller, but it also makes it look nicer. And there's a giant cave toad in here. It's a good thing I closed the door when I did. The dwarf getting beat by it pretty bad, too. Did a Korlak just run by? Good lord. Military came in. You good there, Logan? Right arm is bruised? Oh, you'll be fine. Just a bruising. But yeah, I would also recommend the cheese and sour cream comment. Someone outside in the behind my building is having a very loud sneezing fit. I keep hearing, "Achoo! Achoo! Achoo!" That cancels out spicy somehow. I don't know something about chemical science. Really? Huh. I know almost nothing about how that stuff works. I just eat spicy food sometimes and then immediately regret it. Usually immediately regret it. Game is saving. So there's not much I can do currently. Aside from wait. So thus we wait. Also, thanks to everybody who's upvoted that Reddit thread, by the way. Ugh. This is going to be a good corpse / refuse stockpile spot, I think. Birds aren't supposed to taste spicy. So what you're telling me is if I give a ghost pepper to a pigeon, it won't be in pain? Well, there goes my main strategy for torturing the local pigeon population. The plants are trying to make it so that the birds are the preferred clients, but humans aren't taking any of that. Well, see, humans just simply evolved to, Wrestler is interrupted by a blind cave ogre. Excuse me? Oh. That's a place for there to be a blind cave. Oh, I see the problem here. I actually don't. How the fuck did they get up there? All right, well, I can solve this problem pretty simply. Hopefully nobody gets stuck in the caverns. Blind cave ogre beating the crap out of a toad. There we go. This should solve this. Yeah, that too. And, well, oils and such are really good at salt and oils are really good at preserving food. And spicy is kind of oils. We basically went, that burns. Can I eat more of it? Yeah, pretty much. Well, I mean, that's kimchi's fermentation. It's not the fact that it's spicy. It's the fermentation that is why it lasts so long. It's like saying letting things become wine preserves them, which is also true. You've also heard of using chili powder and birdseed, but the squirrels you've seen give 0 fucks. So what you're saying is the squirrels eat them and go, ah, it burns, and then eat it again anyway? So what you're saying is those squirrels are becoming human. But also spicy. Well, I mean, as an example, sauerkraut is fermentation. Sauerkraut, not spicy. All right, so. I am going to potentially kill 2 dwarves with lava now. Hopefully not kill 2 dwarves with lava. But this can potentially kill 2 dwarves with lava. Hopefully don't. Well, sorry, Kogan. You're now, Flamegan. Anyway. This is now going to be sealed. It's like free food. Oh, what? What, are you saying that cabbage is way cheaper than sauerkraut? Is that what you mean by it's like free food? Meanwhile, I'm over here just like one level above that, just growing my own cabbages. That's not a bad amount of lava. After like 5 deaths on the way back. Oh, are you playing in Wander? Wait until you get to the point where you can do that without dying on the way back. What? Can I ask what kind of things have been killing you? Oh, you're in the middle one, not Wander, whatever the other one is. The enemies are still hostile. Yeah, the checkpointing one where you can checkpoint at towns. The raider guys with knives? Really? Those guys kill you? Raiders are super weak. There's just too many. Don't let them swarm. Kite them. What are you umming about, Ramlusion? What are the modes in CUD? There's standard RPG, or standard roguelike, where you die, you die. There's, I can't remember the name of it. I think Explorer RPG, where when you die, you respawn at towns. And then there's Wander, where you are a non-hostile entity to everything. Is it called roleplay? Okay. And then there's one where you're a non-hostile entity to everything, which is basically like a, my faction's here to trade again, which is basically like a tourist mode in something like NetHack. An engraver's been missing for a week. Strange. Figure out what happened to him. Feels proper? Totally. But like when learning the game, there's no reason to dissuade people from taking an easier route, you know? It's a hard game to learn, and if you get enjoyment out of it that you wouldn't get otherwise because the game's difficult, I don't see it as a bad thing. They're gnolls, Snapjaws. Which are a pretty common concept, I think. Gnolls are pretty well known from other things. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I played like 200 hours of CUD, making it around 2/3 of the way through the game. And then I did a roleplay mode, I guess, where you can respawn at towns. I didn't die that many times. I died a couple of times in the hard endgame areas, but like mostly just played through the game and used it as a way to see the endgame content and get better at the game, and now I'm significantly better at CUD. Wilmer says, I'm your liaison from the Mountain Gnomes. Let's discuss your situation. Chat, investments are open if you want to invest your tickets. There's much to share. Information has been added to the civilization and world info. What request do you have of our merchants? Steel? In the Rust Wells? I don't think I've ever actually died in the Rust Wells, outside of like, I tried to just run there first. Boulderlings are easy, just walk around them. They're like non-combative unless you attack them, so unless you accidentally hit them with a shotgun or something, like just walk around them. I think that's everything. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your craft worship. And Wilmer says, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together, Maffle. Yeah, but that can't happen every single time. It got super pissed and killed like 5 scavengers. I mean, Rust Wells is like... Dying in Rust Wells is like being unable to beat 1-1 in Super Mario Brothers. But I getcha. I don't know. I'm sorry. Tell me if I'm being too mean. I'm just being mean because you were just like, I play on roguelike because I learn faster. Then stated, I keep dying in the easiest dungeon in the game, which, sorry, but that's kind of funny. We got another human void hunter who's visiting. Man, they didn't bring a single useful thing. I'm gonna buy some gold off them. This is your first hours in the game, so you think it's power? No, totally. Like it's completely legitimate to die. I mean, I can't count the number of times I died in front of Red Rock to fucking chimpanzees. So I completely feel that. I was like, man, I die so much. God damn. But it's still kind of funny. Buying a bunch of shields. Before the Steam summer sale ends. If you want some easy achievements, I'm assuming they'd count. Shenzhen Solitaire is real fucking good. And you just need to win 100 games to get all 3 achievements. And it's a really good solitaire variant. And it's like... $1.69. Oh, also, speaking of a game that you might want to buy, Squag, although I don't think that this is necessarily on sale because of the thing, there's a sequel to Hook. And it's like, yeah, it's $2. Not related to Steam sale, though. Also, Hook 2 is Hook, but it's 3D now sometimes. So, trying to think, what else? Chat, recommend a game off the Steam summer sale. Go. Oh, I bought Dark Messiah Might and Magic. Because Dark Messiah Might and Magic. What else did I buy on the Steam Summer Sale? I kind of didn't buy anything, really. Streets of Rouge? You could get Spyro? You could. Yeah, but when people typo that, it's just too amusing to not like call people out on it. Also, this is just me being me. This game got a patch June 20th. So I need to play some more of this because this game's pretty fucking good. Also $10 right now. I know Squug already owns that game, so. I don't know if I'd recommend Noida, just because Noida's a pain in the ass, but Noida's a weird thing. You know, that's the only one I've ever played. I finished that game, though. A little top-down Game Boy game. It's not that it's hard. It's like completing Noida requires you to do some of the dumbest shit I've ever seen in a video game. So I don't know. I don't know if I recommend Noida. Noida is a fascinating concept, but actually playing Noida is like, ugh. I mean, we've all been there, you know? Being super clueless kids. We were all super clueless kids at one point in our lives. Didn't tell you you'd have to hit continue to keep playing that save. So every time you'd start a new game. So what you're telling me is your sister taught you how to play games on hard mode. Hey kid, here's Iron Man difficulty. Although I think it would have been even funnier if, or even better, if she taught you how to play Pokemon, and so the result was every single time you delete a save and start a new game, and you delete her save file. That would have been funny. Remember there was a time a friend of mine handed his 3DS to his little brother. This person I met at a event weekend thing that I went to. Never saw him again. But gave his 3DS to his little brother, and his little brother deleted his save in whatever RPG it was. I can't actually remember. To start a new game. And he's like, dude, you just killed like 80 hours of my time. And I felt so bad watching this little kid just like delete his save and start a new one. He's like, no! Oh. Shit. Moral of the story is don't hand younger sibling your RPG save. Yeah, you can absolutely start a new one. It's like me in Mass Effect. I never finished Mass Effect because after because I lost a save file at one point, and after I lost a save file, I was like, well, I'm never playing this again. Going to dump all of these and get rid of this. I do have sunberry seeds. What are we doing on booze? Pretty good. I don't know what else I can sell them. Hungry head, tooth, crown. Okay. I need to sell them some random crap so that I can purchase another anvil or 3. Well, except Dwarf Fortress, every new game is unique, whereas Pokemon, every new game is unfortunately still Pokemon. Oh, well, that's good that your parents gave you your own copy. So is heat signature? I'm over here just... Actually, Squawk, have you played Into the Breach? Because if you haven't, you would love that game. And if you have... Guy Brud Dude, I guess you have. I don't know what you've played, man. I don't look at your Steam library. Also, isn't your Steam library private? Like, I'm pretty sure I can't look at it anymore. No, it's not. It was for a minute, but do I know that you did? I didn't know that you did. I know that FTL is one of your favorite games, but what do I know? I definitely forgot you did. Dude, I forget everything that isn't immediately relevant to my own brain because there's too much. If you expect me to remember the games that you played alongside of the games that I've played, then, well, it's an upset mare. Anyway, that game's getting a new update in, like, is it August 16th or July 16th? Something 16th. All right, let's... But yeah, when do I remember anything that other people do? Weed affects your memory in not positive ways. That's just kind of a fact. I'm trying to think, what other random ass games do I recommend that are on sale? Okay. And you, well, that was clearly a much more notable moment in your life than mine. Because I do that all the damn time. I would say EXO 1 is a fuckload of fun and has some pretty rare achievements. I don't know how cheap it is, though. At least I thought it was a fuckload of fun. It's like $13. Maybe wait. Creeper World's an extremely easy 100%. I just haven't finished 100%ing it because I'm lazy. I have 28 out of 29 achievements. What are my thoughts on Stone Shard? It's garbage. What am I trying to do in Dwarf Fortress right now? Well, I'm making bedrooms and a mayor's office. I was just staring at my Steam library for a second. But I'm trying to make a nice enough fortress that the queen will show up so that I can throw her into a pit of lava That's what I'm trying to do. I really don't like quills. I much prefer noxious gas. Quills kind of limit your armor options in Caves of Cud. But yeah, no, I have like a bone to pick with Stone Shard. I think that's one of the worst example of a roguelike to be released in the last maybe my entire career. And was also sold on false advertising. So I fucking hate that game. No, it doesn't have potential. It's written in one of the worst engines you can possibly write a roguelike in, because that engine is terrible for procedural generation. It's also written in an engine that's extremely limited in the amount of individual AIs it can have in one active map at a time. Its dungeon generation suffers from this. The only thing that game has is nice looking pixel art. So, it runs in Game Maker, Remlusion, which is great for making little level-based things. Horrible for making procedurally generated things. Like, if you're trying to make Hotline Miami, Game Maker's fantastic. If you're trying to make a little platformer, Game Maker's fantastic. If you're trying to make a open-world procedurally generated in-depth roguelike, good luck. They also refuse to call it, the development team refuses to call it a roguelike. They're like, well, if you're disappointed by the fact that it's not a good roguelike, it's clearly not a roguelike. It's an open-world turn-based RPG with optional permadeath. Anyway, excuse me while I pretend there's mosquitoes on my forehead and impact my forehead through my brain, crushing the brain. Yeah, no, it's a terrible game. And it's really sad that it's a lot of people's first real example of a roguelike. Has potential does not mean it's good or will ever fulfill said potential. The number of Steam reviews... Okay, so this is my actual problem with Stone Shard. It's not a good game, okay? It's a really bad game, actually. It has an excellent intro. And that intro is free, called Stone Shard Prologue, right? That intro blew up, did really well. It's about 2 hours long, right? It takes about 2 hours for you to maniacally go through this story-based, not randomly generated, pre-built dungeon for you, with very set encounters and a good level up progression. It ends with you with a bunch of different skills, and it's a lot of fun. You kill the boss, and then it releases you into the actual game after about 2 hours. In the prologue, that's where the prologue ended and said, wish this Stone Shard. In the actual game, when you get through that prologue and 2 hours have gone by, it then releases you into the blandest, dullest, least interesting open world I've ever played in a roguelike. So it releases you into this. And you're like, great. You run around, and then you realize, oh, in the prologue area, that entry dungeon, you gain XP at like 5 times the rate. So by the end of the intro dungeon, you have a full kit of abilities and a bunch of cool gear. In the actual game of Stone Shard, you level up at like 1/10 of the speed. So you have to grind to all fucking hell against some of the most uninteresting enemy AI I've ever played against to get to a portion of that. That's the first problem I have with it. The second problem I have with it is by the time you beat the prologue for a second time, because your saves don't transfer, you've powered through your 2 hours of allotted time to refund the game. So everybody goes, oh man, that first boss was hard. Now the open world's a little empty. Oh, I'm sure it'll be fine someday. And they leave a positive review. If it was just the actual game without that prologue attached, that game wouldn't have done very well. And a lot of people seem to think it's a Stardew Valley type game where you can buy a house and farm and date people. Like, people buy it thinking it's something else, don't finish the initial dungeon and go, oh, that's cool, I'll come back later. And it's one of the most popular roguelikes on Steam, and it's kind of not a roguelike because it's not designed like one. But just remember, that game launched with 2 dungeons, right? With 1 dungeon generator. It launched with a bunch of different enemy types and one enemy AI, meaning wolves, deer, undead, vampires, and bandits all operated the exact same way and were gimmickable the exact same way. For a roguelike to be interesting, you need a variety of level generators with level variety. You need a variety of dungeons, not fucking 2. You need a variety of enemies and enemy AI. That's what makes roguelikes interesting, because there's a lot of different possible combinations of things that you could run into. So if you want to play like a good roguelike to get into roguelikes, go play Dungeon Mans. If you want to play another good roguelike in a completely different theme to get into roguelikes, go play Jupiter Hell. If you want to play a good roguelike that's maybe a little bit denser and a little bit harder to get into, but a very good example of roguelikes, go play Caves of Cut or Cogmind. Or if you want to play something that's super easy to get into, incredibly approachable, and mechanically dense and interesting, play Last Flame. There's so many good examples of great roguelikes on Steam. And that the only reason that game sold well was false advertising and a pretty art style. And it's such a goddamn shame. Such a goddamn shame. And also, another thing, half of the team that made that game is in Russia, the other half is in Ukraine. So their development's on pause right now anyway, as far as I know. And it took them, like, a year to add the ability to save on exit because they couldn't store it in their fucking engine's memory? Yeah. Fuck that game. And no idea what the fuck they're doing. Looks pretty, though. And you know what's actually even better? There's a... Sorry to anybody who's a furry here, but I'm going to be referring to something as a furry thing as a negative thing. There's a roguelike that's coming soon on Steam right now that has a very similar art style to Stone Shard that also runs in Game Maker, and it's very obvious because it does the exact same, like you get to the edge of the map and click on the arrow to move into the next map thing, default thing that Game Maker does. The only real difference is it's all like anthropomorphized people, animal things. So there is a game that's coming soon on Steam that's pretty high in wish lists for roguelikes that is almost identical looking to Stone Shard, but it's furries. Anyway, I have a bone to pick with that fucking game. Let me see if I can find it for a second. Hold up. Because I DM'd it to somebody. I just need to grab the name of it. Ah, here it is. This thing. Although, admittedly, they're the cool kind of furries that I don't mind. These kind of remind me of like old school like Disney art, which actually look kind of rad. But like, if you watch the trailer, it gets a lot more obvious. Like, look at this. This is the exact same Game Maker setup. Discussing games? More someone asked me my opinion on Stone Shard, and I'm complaining now. So, sorry, Felix, but like... like, literally, like, when you look at it, it's like, oh, wow, it is the same game. Although, it looks like it has better dungeon generation, because this looks far more interesting than anything that Stone Shard has, so... Maybe it'll be a better game. I don't know. I am not convinced, so... But, yeah, no, it's... Grumbles. Grumble, grumble, grumble. I'm sure it'll be fine. Oh, also, another reason why Stone Shard sold so well is because everybody who owns Darkest Dungeon got a, I think it was 50% discount coupon on launch, and the game launched at like $9. So everybody who owned Darkest Dungeon was like, oh, hey, look, pretty pixel art, and then bought the game. Which is, admittedly, fantastic. Fantastic marketing strategy. Got to applaud them for that. let's just say bed, 50. Let's say cab, rock, 50. Coffer, rock, 50. Also, table, rock, 50. Throne, rock, 50. Did I make that? Okay, yeah, they're all rock. Perfect. Because that's what Game Maker does by default, Harry. And also, I sound like I'm knocking Game Maker. Game Maker is an extremely powerful, accessible tool for new developers to make video games, and an extremely powerful, accessible tool for experienced developers to make simple games very quickly. There are certain things it's really bad at, and randomly generated maps is one of them. I mean, another example of a bad roguelike is Ultimate Adom, right? And this is a game that I got paid to play. There are things about Ultimate Adom that are significantly better than Stone Shard. It's level variety, it's monster variety, it's item variety, it's skill variety. The problem with this is it's just a poorly paced mess that feels very shallow and feels like a husk and slight, pathetic attempt at being similar to its former self. But, like, in a world where this game that I hate is better than Stone Shard in some ways, that's all I gotta say. Is that associated with the other Adom? Yeah. It's Thomas Biscap, same developer. Or studio lead. I don't know how much work he actually did on it. Thomas Biscap actually just put out another roguelike, completely unrelated to Adom, which runs in a terminal window and is like, that looks kind of interesting, called Gorg, I think? I need to look it up, but he actually like put out another roguelike sort of recently, which I should play at some point. No, it's not. Like I said, it's meant for making games like Hotline Miami, and it's very, very good at that, Game Maker. It's also very, very good at making simple platformers. It's very good at making simple level-based games. But when you tell it to do proc-gen, it just kind of looks at you and blinks twice and goes, please don't hurt me. It's not what that engine's meant for. But I don't know. I feel really bad when I talk shit about Stone Shard. And the reason I feel bad when I talk shit about Stone Shard is there's a lot of people that really, really like that game. Because it was a lot of people's first experience, like first real experience with roguelikes. And it's really sad because, like, I feel like I'm the asshole when I talk shit about a game that people have spent money on. And it's like, they gave me a review key for that game, I think. I need to double check, but I'm pretty sure they gave me a review key for that game. I didn't pay for it. And I played it for a day and kind of enjoyed it the first day. But by the end of the third day, I was literally just sitting there every single time people asked me, is this game good? And I said, nope. Like, I was just hate playing it by the end of it. And I feel bad telling people that a game that, like, half of my team, like, because I'm part of a stream team, Halcyon Frequency, right? I think I'm the only person on Halcyon Frequency that openly hates Stone Shard. The rest of them love it. They think it's a great game. Because I can tell you for fact, none of them have extended experience in traditional roguelikes. Period. I am the only person in my entire stream team who actively hates that game. Roguelikes being grossly misrepresented is a reoccurring topic on this channel. Absolutely. Speaking of roguelikes that I'm keeping an eye on before I deal with this. This is a game I'm keeping an eye on. which is supposed to come out sometime this year. This is the result of a game jam, actually, called the non-combative, or rather non-violent game jam, I think, where you had to make a game that was non-violent, and this person is making a backwards remake of Rogue, where you have to run around and talk to the monsters, pet the monsters, make friends with the monsters, and then run away with the monsters and find the stairs down to the next level before the hero shows up and then tries to kill your monster friends. And if the hero makes it to the stairs before you do, then you lose. It's a really kind of cool little game. And each monster that you have following you is an ability that you can then activate. So like the spiders will let you leave webs. The rats let you attack. The vampires let you gain HP back. It's a neat little game. And every floor the hero gains an ability. I'm really curious to see how that thing turns out when it's done. I'll link it in chat if anybody's interested. Also, hey Darren, what's up? All right, bones, is that literally all you want? Should be easy. Uh-oh. The Forgotten Beast, Decimo, has come. An enormous skinless Dimetrodon. It has large mandibles and a gaunt appearance. Beware its deadly spittle. I'm willing to bet... Whoa, first off, it's super damaged already. I'm willing to bet this thing can just walk right into my fort. The way it's currently set up. Yeah, it looks like it. I'm just going to go station my squad right here. And I may have actually just killed that strange mood. Did I just kill? No, I didn't. Okay. There we go. We're sending the dwarves down. And the uninvited guest. Okay, you know what? We're gonna jump up here and open this door. Which means that should, yep, the door is open. Give it a second. Send the dwarves out here. Yo, Bastet. What up? Send the disemboweled sabers up here. Making foods? Ooh, what kind of foods? Troglodyte fighting with the Forgotten Beast. All right, there's the Forgotten Beast. I'm going to send the military to go kill him. We're going to follow this Forgotten Beast, who's a dinosaur. Jumping down the cliff. Seems to have a wrestler on top of it. The wrestler strikes the Forgotten Beast in the tail with her bismuth bronze shield, fracturing the bone. The wrestler strikes the Forgotten Beast in the right rear leg with her bismuth bronze shield, bruising the muscle. They're fighting for a few seconds. The wrestler strikes the Forgotten Beast once again in the rear foot with her bismuth bronze thing. The axe dwarf strikes the Forgotten Beast in the muscle, in the right front foot with the pommel of her copper battle axe, fracturing the bone, and the force twists the right front leg, bruising the muscle. They seem to be on top of it. The axe dwarf hacks the Forgotten Beast in the right front leg with her copper battle axe, tearing the fat, and the bismuth and the wrestler strikes it again in the left mandible with the bronze shield, and the force bends the head. Forgotten Beast is freaking out, fired out a bunch of deadly spittles and missed every single one of them, and it looks like the dwarves have succeeded. Chat, can I get a round of beers for my brave military who have successfully removed the existence of that beastie. All right. We're just gonna let them all run down here and store these items in stockpiles. Anyway, what was I ranting about? I was ranting about something. Something stone shards, something roguelikes. Yeah, I don't know. Just the normal rant. Just the usual, same BS. Different stream. Still responding to YouTube comments. Just deleted another YouTube comment. Although this was from the held for review section, so they said mean things to me. Speaking of the usual. Okay, so speaking of wait, what? You've begun a mysterious construction, by the way. Was that the Forgotten Beast that we just fought? Oh, no, okay. So you grabbed bones to make your artifact. Wait, what? The bones you grabbed were from the named Jabberer that killed a dwarf. Killed one of my miners. You took the bones of a named Jabberer, so you're making a Jabberer artifact. That's kind of cool, actually. I like that. I don't know if you have any more adulting left to do today. Is it like something that you need to respond to? Because you could just do the me tactic, which is, oh, the bank's calling me. I'm going to pretend I didn't see that phone call and I'll call them back tomorrow. Which I've definitely done. Wonder how long it takes for a dwarf to fall in there. Chrondle is fighting? Gosh. Right, I should probably lock the... Once all this garbage has been thrown away, I'm going to lock the doors back in the fort. Seal the caverns. It's not necessary. I'm gonna make one more room up here. It's likely mortgage related. Ooh, yeah, maybe you should pick the phone call up, but even then. Reg, wait, what? The brewer has created Listig Thumb, a rounded Jabberer bone, Greaves, and offers it to the ancient beard. You're giving it to us as a gift. How sweet of you. This is a rounded Jabberer bone, Greaves. All craft worship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with Jabberer bone. Very simple, but effective. I like it. I'm going to put it in the mayor's office. Greaves are hand armor, gloves. Sort of. Let me show you Greaves. Apparently it's a storage and moving company local to me. Or rather, no, it's not hand armor, it's leg armor. You found a wrist calculator? Oh, does Cud have computers? Cud has redacted and redacted, as well as redacted and redacted. And when you discover a redacted, you'll learn that you're not an aristocrat. Or that you are an aristocrat, depending on whether or not you're a true kin. But yes, how does Cud have computers? When you finally modded Warhammer, when you have a heavily modded Warhammer, but you only have axe skills, well, time to learn how to use a Warhammer. I played Rift Wizard. Yeah, I not only have I played Rift Wizard. There's a 40-minute long interview with the dev on my YouTube channel. I really like Rift Wizard. I'm just horrible at it. It's not the kind of game that my brain understands very well. It's very much a game about planning and numbers and math and figuring out what effect affects what, and whoosh, I'm too stupid to play that game. But it's a really cool game. I like it a lot. I wouldn't say it's off topic. I'm kind of curious to see what he does with Rift Wizard 2, which apparently is already in development. Speaking of another game that I'm curious to see the sequel of, is Soul Ash? Because, like, Soul Ash is a very misguided thing. I really like the concept of it. I really like the visuals of it. And I like parts of the gameplay. But it has so many, like, oh, this is my first game problems with it. Or, like, my first completed game problems with it. That just makes it hard to enjoy. And I'm kind of curious to see what he does with a... I'm kind of curious to see what he does. You do better with local tactics? Yeah, no, totally. I don't do great with, like, very heavily planning-oriented games. But, see if I can find his posts. The developer of Soul Ash is already working on a sequel to Soul Ash, which, yeah, there they are. Grab it. These are public on his Patreon, so... It's not like I'm showing private information, but he's already, like, showing proper procedural settlements, because the issue that I have with Soul Ash is there's, like, nowhere near enough map variety. It has some design decisions that bother the crap out of me. And so he's working on rewriting his entire engine to work with fully procedural environments, and I'm actually really curious about a sequel to Soul Ash, and would probably play it. Actually, no, I absolutely will. So even though, like, I have kind of mixed feelings on Soul Ash initially, seeing him taking another crack at it from I understand the mistakes I made in development the first time kind of point. I'm curious to see how that game ends up. I just received an email about an extension that wants you guys to pay bits to play stream bingo based on things streamer says and does. I would just like you to know that I will not use an extension like that. That's just bogus and takes a chunk of the money anyway. Instead, I would like to just remind everybody that if you want to play stream bingo on my stream, just type an ! bingo. We do actually have a bingo card. There are no prizes, but it exists if you want to take part in it. So Soul Ash is cool. And I think the coolest part about Soul Ash is how moddable it is. The problem with Soul Ash is it's got a lot of balance and weird design and direction decisions in it that I don't like. All right, so we'll assign that to the mayor. How's the mayor feeling about life in general? Needs a weapon rack and an armor stand. Good, good, good. You've gotten close. It's a solid board. Yeah, it is. I just have to, you know, not fat thumb the wrong key. You are. Do I have 2 squads? Huh. Odd. Apparently I have 2 squads. I didn't realize I had 2 squads. Supposed to store a stockpile item inaccessible. Oh, you know, they're probably going for stuff that's down in here. Just gonna forbid a bunch of stuff real quick. But just out of curiosity, chat room, what have you guys been playing? What games have you been playing? Kind of bounces off the previous discussion. Aside from obviously my bingo chart that Peak's currently playing. Yeah, okay, so they're trying to get to items that they can't reach. Monhun Rise, Sunbreak, Hydroneer, and Arc. Hydroneer is a weird one. It's a weird one because it's just another one of those games that just kind of popped up. And suddenly was super popular. Well done on that dev, I guess. Troglodyte has given birth to a boy. Oh no. In a cage. Well, that's sad. Switch sports. Sometimes you just gotta switch sports, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes bowling ain't enough, so you go play football. How is Rogue Fable? I've never actually played that game. I've never played any of the Rogue Fable games. Played Growing Up in RimWorld. You mean Grow Up, like the Ubisoft game, or is there a different game called Growing Up that I'm not familiar with? Messed around a bit with the Ultima Online. You know, it kind of sucks, because, like, I was super keen on making an Ultima Online server, and then the community member who was, like, the most actively bothering me to make an Ultima Online server moved, and now he lives close to family and friends and doesn't have any free time, and it's like, well, I guess I'll just forget about that plan then. Feels satisfying? Gotcha. Making root beer floats? I'm trying to, like, think of a pun or something, but I can't think of any. This is the story of your entire life experience, entire journey from toddler to adulthood, go to schools and learn new things. I'm already doing that. I don't need to do that again in a video game. But sounds kind of interesting, I guess. Family and friends, gamer nemesis. God, I hate that meme so much. The things I would give to have more than like a friend. You mean whatever floats your root? You said that Jeff was making root beer floats, not root beer boats. Come on. The lashes of justifying. What kind of lashes are they justifying? You want a root beer boat? I don't know what a root beer boat would be, but if it's anything like a sushi boat, I'm in. Also, most decent roguelikes you can play super quickly, but I don't know. If it's not super innovative, I'm not that interested. There is a game that's on sale on Steam right now that I keep looking at going, this looks neat, but I haven't tried the demo and I haven't taken the time to play it, which is this. The Beard of Stone. It's got hexes. It describes itself as a light 4X. I'm really curious about it, but I haven't tried it. Also, like, nobody's bought it, which seems like a shame. I got your roll. We have a new baby boy in the fortress. You only need 2 more. Well noted. Seems like you must have filled it pretty quick then. I'll wait until you... Actually, let's claim these and dump those. Magma smelters are what I need. Really? Am I actually out of magma safe building materials? That's kind of amusing. I'm supposed to build downstairs up here, not upstairs. There we go. That's a big investment. Good luck, Diamond. Although I'm pretty sure I ranted about the roguelike before you started filling out the bingo cards, so that's completely irrelevant. Remember, when you start playing bingo, it's everything that's said from that point forward. You're cheating. So it wouldn't be relevant to begin with. I'll go big, but I won't go home. You removed everything then? Yeah, I mean, you can't just, like, retroactively fill out bingo cards. You have to have the bingo card up the entire time. Although the points don't matter and there are no prizes, so it's fine. Dwarves, do you have to draw, like, a tiny penis? You can dig in any direction and any order you want. And instead you dig out a micro penis first. Come on. Have some class, dwarves. This is going to be a lot of lost tickets in a couple of minutes. So, I'm gonna ask you guys for some feedback, chat. So, in regards to a comment on that itch bundle I posted, this one person just posted no. How do I respond to that? When people say longer spiels, it's much easier for me to come up with a sassy response. And when people hard disagree on things like this, I always need to have a sassy response, but I can't think of one. Ooh, an Engraver's Guild. All right, we can build another one of those up by the other guild hall. No, you. No, you! Angry face. Of course, dig out phallic shape. Dwarves dig out shapes of things that they love, naturally. For anybody who's wondering, this is the bundle that I'm talking about. As 300 games, as well as 300 plus physical games. Also, a really fucking rad roguelike tile set. Yeah, this thing. Pixel art roguelike. This thing. Anybody wants to make a roguelike, it's a rad little starter pack of graphics for you. Just saying. Holy shits, I Windsors! Me and Diamond both winned. Sorry, Darren. But yeah, that bundle is like, it's $10, goes to a good cause, and also you get a shit ton of really good, a shit ton of video games and tabletop projects and things. You haven't even looked at what's in the bundle? Hypnospace Outlaws in the bundle. What else do you need? Also, another really good little roguelike that not enough people have played, Hack, Haque, is in that bundle. Yep, we're fighting with troglodytes again. 2 of them. I found the art style a little difficult to follow, so I didn't spend much time with it, but it's a really neat little game. It's one of those games that's just like really cool, but super underappreciated. Just like Golden Krone Hotel. Actually, if you're looking for a game to pick up on the Steam sale and you haven't bought anything, or you don't have a lot of money and you want a good roguelike, Golden Krone Hotel is $2. This game is criminally underrated. Criminally underrated. Very Stone Soup-ish, but has a really neat, kind of unique vampire switching mechanic. Lot of content, a lot of variety, tons of stuff to do. Hard as balls. Cool game. And it's like $2. Another, 7-day RL success story, I would say. We also just had a dwarf die in my hospital. Well, that's a damn shame. The gem setter. I'm going to, pop the dwarves up here real quick. We're going to lock the doors again. Anybody out here still? Hope not. There's got to be a proper rejoiner. Yeah, I'm thinking I might just go with no you for that no comment. The one that I'm kind of proud of though was this person who just commented sickening, to which I responded, sickened by how great of a deal this is. I feel like $10 is a steal for such a great cause and an incredible selection of games, which got a bunch of kind of not happy responses, but it made me smile. It still makes me smile when I look at it. XD, indeed. I should have added an XD. You know, actually, that's my response to this person who just says no is XD. There you go. That's the appropriate response, I think. Simulate Dumber. That's the name of a musical instrument. The Lilac of Poets is a solo performance dance originating in the Plank of Nations. The form guides the dancers during improvised performances, and the dance is accompanied by the Carillion silkiness. The dance is a refined art form with four specific moves to be mastered. The dance is a delicate and expressive. All right, so we need to make an Engraver's Guild. So I'm thinking we do that down here. Plenty of space. Plenty of space for tapestries on the walls. I like Engraver's Guilds because to me they're always just kind of like, oh, it's an art gallery of engravings. Super neat. Almost looks like a key. It's the key to the art. That's right, for only $10 we can help a good organization say no to this awful SOTUS decision. Wait, you know what? The funniest thing about all of this is I'm in Canada and it doesn't directly affect me at all. But the reason I care about this so much is because I see Canada going in similar directions that the US did in 2016 right now. And it scares the fucking shit out of me. So I support things that affect the states that I don't want to happen here. So when bad things happen in the states that are like, these are things that I don't want to see happen in my country, you know, we're always had like a 5 to 10 year echo of whatever the states do. Yeah, so we have like, so for me, supporting this heavily and being against the Supreme Court's decision to me is saying, okay, I'm prepping. I now have to like pay attention to who I'm electing so that that doesn't happen. Or who I'm voting for, I guess. Yeah, there is also that. The annoying thing about people who are just like, nope, especially on stuff like that, is my YouTube channel, like 96% male-dominated audience. Nobody has a right to have an opinion anyway. So there's that. I don't want to assume, but that's all I really have to say there. Anyway, hopefully some people bought the bundle because of that post. Oh, also, another thing I should pass around. There's actually a second bundle going to basically the same cause on itch as well that somebody linked, which didn't get anywhere near as much of a response, but there's some different games in that one too. But literally going to the same cause. So there's 2 bundles on itch currently. I just found the other one because it's a much, how do I word it? It was the one that got promoted directly by itch. Also, we have a ghost. Make a slab. Also gonna make more mason shops, because I've got tons of masons. It's a bad place to put them, but... Also, I looked at that other bundle for like 10 seconds, and I just saw this. This is one of the best cover arts I've seen for a video game, maybe ever. Also, I apparently own it already from 2 different bundles. Or 1 bundle twice, rather. I like this aesthetic. Apparently it takes 60 to 90 minutes to finish it. There's another bundle? Yeah, there's a second one. Which has different games in it. Like I said a minute ago, literally the same cause. So, people on itch got double feisty on that. I think the second one just got made like 4 hours after the first one. But a lot of them, they have a lot of the same games in them. That one is hilarious. I tend to pass on visual novels. I tend to pass on visual novels unless they are like a subject matter that I'm very interested in. Oh no! Well, it wasn't the ghost. Somebody stole an artifact. Horrified after being haunted by a dead spouse. Okay, that's a valid reason to be depressed. I'm gonna try and get that sorted as quickly as possible there, miss. Do it now. The closest thing to a visual novel that I've enjoyed recently was Citizen Sleeper, which is phenomenal, by the way. Absolutely phenomenal. There we go, let's get that memorial placed. Hello there. What's up, Rums? There's also a tabletop games about cowboys on the moon herding horses in that itch bundle. I'm also gonna download this Enigma machine thing because this game just looks rad. Art style for it looks rad. There we go. Ghost has been put to rest. So I could make a captain of the guard and start interrogating people. I don't think I'm going to. Got a stone stockpile right here. Also going to knock out that glass furnace right there. Also going to fly back down. Put a butcher shop in here. Oh, shit. I thought that you had a coffin. Guess I need to make more coffins. Oh, I did make it. I just didn't make it usable. But you know, one thing that I will always applaud my Twitch audience for, just you guys in chat in general, is we are capable of having some pretty fucking mature discussions that the YouTube audience just kind of sticks their thumb up their butt and runs around screaming. Whenever I try and do this exact same thing on YouTube, it always kind of disappoints me a little bit whenever I try and do things that I really care about with my YouTube channel to support things that I care about. And it's like when YouTube's response is just stick thumb up, nose, and go, "Nyeh." And Twitch's response is, it's like if somebody doesn't like something that's being discussed, they just quietly leave. And that's totally fine. But generally the like back and forth and discussion we're able to have here is logical, mature, and very pleasant. National Network for Abortion Funds seems to be focused on directly moving funds for abortions to low-income people and people who need assistance, not really advocacy or lobbying, just FYI. Not to say that they deserve more money than the other. I think that they're both important, as Thalfon says. They both need funding. Did I? Okay, no. Well, you don't know what this does, but somehow 1,000 channel points. I can put my hair down or keep my hair up. Because I have a lot more hair than a lot of people realize. That's all it is. Opposite of what I have now? Okay. Hair down. I mean, just to prove it. I disappear. Hey, a dwarf's been possessed. Would you look at that? A stoneworker. Yeah, I've got that depressed metalhead look. That the look of somebody who grew up listening to Disturbed and Slayer and Iron Maiden. I have that kind of aesthetic. The streamer was consumed by Hair Monster? Yes. Streamer can do a pretty good grudge impression because of that. But, you know. Grabbing gems. X-Men's Rogue. I wouldn't mind being compared to Rogue. She's pretty hot, frankly. Yeah, no, I only realized like a couple of months ago that the majority of my audience had no idea how long my hair was because I always keep it in a ponytail, like always. So, like, especially when I'm at my computer. So I added that in. I took my hair down once and chat was just like, whoa! So I was just like, you know what? Maybe I should just like put my hair down more often. And so I did. But yeah, no, it's not just a white strand. It looks like it's a white strand. That's just the one part up top that's white. But like, if I do this, all of the inside of my hair is white. So like all the way around the back, like on both sides, underneath, on the inner layers are all white. I'm gonna be completely gray a couple of years. That's what streaming video games on the internet does to you. All right, what do you still need? Bars of metal, right. Automate. That is what? Malachite. Oh, also. Do it now. Do it now. Do it now. And spring has arrived. So the game gets to save for a minute now. Hubbity bubbity. Alright, game's finished saving. Can now pause it. What is that they're dragging over here? Oh, it's coal. Duh. Also need to look up what lignite is because I can't remember. I think that's other coal. Pretty sure it is just other coal. It's like we got two kinds of coal. Coal and other coal. You. Johto? Two blizzards. Never seen a name like Johto before. Where are you going? To the temple, eh? Quite the collection, yeah. Well, it's funny because I very rarely see coals or coal in Dwarf Fortress. It's not something I encounter very frequently. So that's going to get us copper. Gotta jump back up to that strange mood dwarf and see what else they need. So you got 2 pieces of lignite, rust, citrine, jabber, leather, crundle bone. It's literally just bars of metal. I'll just follow you and see if you run off and grab the thing that you need. Dwarf Milker Necromancer. I know what that means. The English language is funny sometimes. And there you go. Runs up there and grabs the metal bars. So we are now producing our own metal. In fact, we got 4 copper bars. Let's make copper axe. Copper battle axe. Let's make 10 of them. And copper elm. Let's also make 10 of them. With all of this coal, we should form a coalition. Rakus begins a mysterious construction. Also, if anybody would like a dwarf, just give me a shout. Because we do have plenty available, and I have more or less every job available to a degree. What'd you feel that one, Thalfon? Can you has dwarf? You can has dwarf. Do you know what kind of dwarf you want? We've got stoneworker dwarf, engraver dwarf, depressed dwarf. I think that's a job. No opinion on what kind of dwarf? You just want dwarf. Okay. Just quickly making an engraver's guild before I forget. You want to be a depressed dwarf, actually? All right, so first off, dwarf with no real opinion. I can't see that. Odom, the mason, is Farana. You guys spelled that right? Wait, actually, although I have to go by non-long death nicknaming style. So Odom Farana. She felt satisfied upon improving masonry, and satisfied at work, and was satisfied at work. She is 71 years old, born on the 27th of Malachite in the year 145. She is married to Mural Spraydink. That's... okay. And she is a casual worshiper of Lamouche, who's the god of chaos, war, and fortresses. Her very long hair is arranged in double braids, and she has a broad chin. Her eyebrows are extremely short, and her ears are slightly flattened. Her eyelashes are short, and her nose bridge is slightly convex. Her hair is pale taupe, and her skin is cinnamon, and her eyes are turquoise. I don't... Well, I do have a couple Fisher Dwarves in this fort, but I don't usually let them exist. I'll let them exist if you want me to let one exist. With cut glass. Here's the thing. We have magma forges and lots of sand everywhere. I could absolutely do that, Darren. As for why you want me to encrust mugs with that, seems like a waste of gems. She is grounded in reality, and she's pleased by her own appearance and talents. She does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and she is conflicted by this, and she values artwork and its creation. She doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and is curious and eager to learn. She has a greedy streak, and she occasionally overindulges. She is troubled by this because she values self-control. She has a tendency toward forming deep emotional bonds with others, and when she's trying to remember something, she starts chewing her lips. She needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't mind being outdoors, at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. She personally finds moderation and self-control to be very important, and respects the development of a skill, and respects perseverance, and doesn't really see the point in working hard. Welcome to the fort. So the second person was depressed dwarf for reasons. Ooh, is one of them, I think, the pump operator? You would no. Dash the one I want. Catan. Okay. Catten, who's going to be... there you go. She is horrified upon seeing a troglodyte die, and angry upon getting into an argument, and frustrated after being unable to acquire something, and was interested after remembering a fine trade depot, and was horrified after being haunted by a dead spouse, and was horrified after being haunted by a dead spouse, and angry after getting into an argument. I don't know if I have any weaponsmith professions yet. I need to check. It's a fine door for you. Good. She is 84 years old, born on the 10th of Moonstone in the year 132. Her nose bridge is very convex, and she has a very broad chin. Her straight hair is somewhat greasy, and her very long hair is tied in a ponytail. Her eyelashes are short, and her cinnamon skin is slightly wrinkled. Her somewhat short ears have small lobes, and her hair is hiccups. Her hair is pale taupe with a touch of gray, and her eyes are brass. She hates vows and obligations and promises and other binding elements that could restrict her life, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She's made deeply uncomfortable by differences in appearance or culture. Ooh, you're racist. And lives at a high energy, kinetic pace. Maybe that's why she keeps getting into arguments. Probably getting into arguments with the elves. She cracks easily under pressure, and she is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings. And she tends to avoid any physical confrontations, and she works to square this natural tendency with her respect of martial prowess. She finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and she often acts with compassion. She is moved by art and natural beauty, and she is troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world. She is grateful when others help her out, and she tries to return favors. She is very humble, and she enjoys the company of others. She is brave in the face of imminent danger, and is pleased by her own appearance and talents. She tends to think before acting, and she has an active imagination and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. Welcome to the fort, depressed dwarf. So then I've got 3 more dwarves to name. I realize I did this at kind of a bad time because my tummy is grumbling. Chat, I'm going to take a real quick lunch break, and when we come back, we can name the rest of these dwarves. Did you get everything you need? Hope you did. Yes. So I think I'm going to just kind of go to this screen and play some music for a little bit. When I come back, we will continue playing this exact same fortress from where we left off. So I'm just going to put like a marker in the thing so I know where to cut the VOD. And I'm going to leave you guys with a little bit of music for the time that I am AFK. If anybody pops in while I'm AFK, please do me a huge favor and be like, "Oi, Blind's getting some snack." That'd be much appreciated. Also, if I could get a round of beers, that'd be fantastic.